Welcome to the 2020 edition of the Unmask Your Beauty conference, organized by Adoniaabeauty for women. My name is Toyosi Etim-Efyong and I'm your host today. Now, under normal circumstances, we would have been in a hall in Calgary, trading stories, exchanging numbers, laughing, all of that. But we all know how the year 2020 has been, so we're going to do this virtually. But the advantage to that is we've had people register from all over the world for the conference. So we have people from Ghana, people from Turkey, people from Nigeria, people from Canada, the United States, England. I'm telling you, all over the world who are going to be hooked into the Unmask Your Beauty conference this year. So that's amazing. Now, we want to know where you're watching from, so please take a picture. We also want to know who you're watching with, how you're watching. Are you in your PJs? Are you glammed up? How are you watching the conference? Take a picture, put it up, use the hashtag Unmask Your Beauty Conference 2020, and we can all see one another and see how everybody is doing. Okay, the lineup of women for this year's conference is remarkable. I'm about to experience a mind shift. I know that for sure. And I know that you will experience a mind shift as well. So I want you to relax, get rid of every distraction, feed the pet, feed the kids, feed the husband, feed everybody that needs to be fed, lock yourself up in a room somewhere and just get ready to learn, grow, and experience that mind shift I talked about. Now, the first person I'm going to call up is the convener herself, Adoniaabeauty, the founder of Adoniaabeauty. And Adoniaabeauty is a beauty entrepreneur. She's a women's empowerment advocate, a speaker, a life coach, a business coach, and the leader of the Unmask Your Beauty movement. Her passion to live a fuller and more expressive life made her leave her successful corporate engineering career to become an entrepreneur. Seeking the spiritually creative fulfillment missing in her successful corporate career, she determined to resolve the concern that beauty today, far from being that poetic joy forever, is unfortunately a source of insecurity, shame, and stress for countless women. Her inspirational teaching events promote beauty inside and out to an audience of women at all stages of life. She believes in investing in the dreams of girls and in the strength of women. Let's give a warm virtual welcome to Adoniaabeauty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Unmask Your Beauty 2020, the very first Global Unmask Your Beauty Conference. I am so super excited to have you all plugging in from the UK, the US, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Australia, everywhere, Canada, Calgary, Ontario, everywhere in the world. Thank you so much for coming on this journey with me. And I am so super excited because we're actually celebrating two things today, not just the anniversary of Adoniaabeauty, but also the launch of the Adoniaabeauty book. So it's double celebration for us, and you are in for an amazing, amazing, amazing time. So I'll just give you a bit of a background about Unmask Your Beauty. Unmask Your Beauty started in 2016 when we wanted to launch the Adoniaabeauty, first set of Adoniaabeauty products. And we brought women, I themed that event on Unmask Your Beauty. And we brought women, from all walks of life, from all races, and we brought them to talk about what beauty meant to them. And women walked on the runway, and we're asking them, what does beauty mean to you? And people were like, beauty is confidence, beauty is who I am, beauty is love. So people started saying, giving us all these deep insights about beauty. And I thought to myself, what? This has to be a movement. We have to continue this. Women really embraced it, and that's why we've been doing it every year. So what does Unmask Your Beauty mean to me? Unmask Your Beauty simply means, to expose the hidden truth about myself, to expose the hidden truth about yourself, so that we can step into our personal power and, and let our true beauty shine through. And you're going to be reading a lot more about what Unmask Your Beauty means, in my book, Unmask Your Beauty, that is launching today. I'm so excited. So Unmask Your Beauty is an expression of Adoniaabeauty, because the vision that we really have for Adoniaabeauty is basically that women will connect to who they truly are, and so that they can live fuller and more expressive lives. And Adoniaabeauty was founded on 4 fundamental pillars. We uplift, we validate, we equip, and we inspire women to live their best lives. So all of these things, tie into our vision, and they help us to really deliver our vision, through all of these expressions. So when you see Unmask Your Beauty, just know that you are an Adonia woman. So thank you so much for joining us in this conference. And I will encourage you to, relax, get a pen, get a journal, write down all your aha moments, everything that you're learning from this conference. Please write it down. And also don't forget to use the hashtag Unmask Your Beauty Conference 2020. Hashtag AdoniaaCelebrate. So there are 2 hashtags. I know the MC mentioned just one, but there are actually 2 hashtags: Unmask Your Beauty Conference 2020 and hashtag AdoniaaCelebrate. Let's make it go viral on social media today. So record any session that is giving you any aha moment, record on your phone and post on Instagram, on Facebook, on WhatsApp story, everywhere, and let people all around the world know that you are experiencing a mind shift at the Global Unmask Your Beauty Conference. So have fun, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
This is for the woman who loves herself, who knows her worth, her strength, and her power. This is for a woman at every stage of her life: daughter, mother, wife, best friend, independent woman, boss woman. This is for a woman who knows that beauty is not set by the mainstream media. This is for a woman who knows that true beauty is measured by how she feels inside. This is for a woman who is ready to unlock her potential and unmask her beauty. This is Adonia.
67% of Canadians know a woman who has experienced physical or sexual abuse. Over 6,000 women and children in Canada sleep in shelters on any given night because it isn't safe at home. 82% of Canadian girls under age 18 experience sexual assault. 1 in 3 is the ratio of Canadians who understand what it means to give consent in sexual situations. 30% of single mothers are raising their children in poverty. 34% of First Nation women and girls live in poverty. 23% of women with disabilities live in poverty. 16% of senior women live in poverty. The average amount earned by full-time working women in Canada is 75 cents for every dollar earned by men, according to Statistics Canada. This wage gap widens for women who are Indigenous, living with a disability, racialized, or newcomers. Women with the same experience, socioeconomic, and demographic background earn approximately $7,200 less than their male counterparts per year, according to an Ontario government report. The gender wage gap is a contributing factor to women's poverty. Girls are 4 times as likely as boys to be sexually assaulted by a family member. Girls are 15 times more likely than boys to be hospitalized for eating disorders due to unattainable beauty standards. 300 women and children are turned away from shelters on any given night in Canada because the shelters are full. 1.9 million women in Canada live on a low income. Percentage of girls who say they feel confident between grade 6 and 10 has dropped from 36% to 14%. Women are 60% less likely than men to move from middle management to executive ranks. 80% of Canadians believe the next generation of women is just as or more likely to experience sexual assault. Now, I know that this is a global conference. However, the statistics I have are from Statistics Canada. They're mostly from Canada. But I do know that most likely that is what is happening in other places of the world, if not worse, especially in African countries. My question to you as a woman today is, what are you going to do about it? Are we going to allow the girls that we are raising, our future generation, to experience these same problems? No, we have to reduce these numbers. And this is where I really want to put out to you what the Adonia dream and vision is. I have a dream. I have a dream that girls and women will have resources and opportunities they need to reach their full potential. I have a dream that girls and women will live free from violence. I have a dream that girls and women all over the world will have access to good education. I have a dream that there would be equality in the workforce. I have a dream that child bride will no longer be a thing. I have a dream that girls and women will stand in their power and be empowered to defend themselves. I have a dream that female genital mutilation will become history. I have a dream that gender-based violence will stop, be it domestic abuse, rape, or sexual trafficking. I have a dream that women will embrace their fears and be courageous enough to shine as their most beautiful self. I have a dream that girls and women will no longer need to fit into society's image of beauty, but create and define our own beauty. I have a dream. I, Adoniaabeauty of Adoniaabeauty, and all the women, all the Adonia women, have a dream. My question to you is, how are we going to make this dream work? I personally believe that it starts from a change of mindset. A lot of we women, we need to even change the way we are currently thinking. We need to feel powerful and step into our power. And how does that start? We need to embrace our evolutionary journey. So I invite you to read the Unmask Your Beauty book, and not only read it, but become that woman who is ready to step into her power and fight for the next generation. The woman who is ready to become all that God has deposited in her to become. The woman who is ready to enter different sectors of the community and ensure that there's a positive change in the community for younger girls. I know that this isn't only my dream, but the dream of several women in the world. This is me standing here as a voice for several women in the world, and I challenge you to pick up one of those battles and ensure that the future generation, the future girls that we are raising, live in a better world. Thank you.
Welcome back, and this is still the Unmask Your Beauty Annual Conference, the 2020 edition. My name is still Toyosi Etim Effiong, and I'd like to introduce our first speaker today. I love her topic. Her topic is My Awakening. But before we jump into the topic, let me introduce her. So, Adoniaabeauty, aka Mama D, is the founder of the All-Woman Ministry, which inspires and empowers women to rise up and take their places in the 7 pillars of society. With God, nothing is impossible. To all that believe and have faith remains Mama D's personal mantra and driving force, which directs the way she lives her life on a daily basis. From a rough and tough background, born in Nigeria, growing up in London, England, and now living in Alberta, Canada, she is a woman who has gone through a lot and still manages to stand and keep thriving. Yes, shaken but never broken. She's an international speaker. She's also the founder and president of the Deborah's Company Mentorship Program. Let's give a nice, warm, friendly welcome to Mama D Adekugbe.
Thank you so much, Toyosi, and everyone that is watching online. I'm so glad that you're all here today. This is a great day. This is the day that the Lord has made for every woman to unmask her beauty. Beauty comes in various shades and various ways, and here we are unmasking every beauty that is within every woman. So internal beauty, outer beauty, the beauty of the world, everything that we that is around us. Today, I have the privilege of speaking to you on the awakening of the Adonia woman to unmask her beauty. But I want to start off with a story before I go into that. In 1990, I was living in a homeless shelter in London, England, waiting to get my own apartment. I'd been homeless for almost 2 years, living on the streets. And this was a homeless shelter for both men and women. And I met this amazing guy. He was handsome. Oh my God, it was to die for. And we were all living in this hostel, and every girl in that hostel was besotted with him. They all wanted his attention. They all wanted him. But you know what? He chose me. He chose me out of all of the women, out of all of the girls there, and we began dating. And we were dating until I got my own apartment, and when I moved into my own apartment, he moved in with me. And things were going, were going great. It was like it was like living the dream. I was having a great time. We were in love. We were having so much fun together. But like any fairy tale, things have to come to an end, right? January 1st, 1991, I believe it was, 1991. I was talking to a girlfriend of mine on the phone, and we were talking about, New Year's celebration. And we were sharing stories of how we celebrated our New Year, how we entered into the New Year, 1991. And I was telling this friend of mine, I said, we went to Trafalgar Square. And Trafalgar Square is where everybody goes together on New Year's Eve to ring in the new year, just like Times Square in the States. And I was telling her how, when it was 12 midnight, everybody began to hug. Everybody began to hug and kiss and just, celebrate and jubilate together. And I was just reciting that story to her. My boyfriend heard the word kissing. And then he came running down the stairs and he began to beat me and hit me. And that wasn't the first time. Our relationship has been really turbulent since the day that we moved in together. These are two people that came from brokenness. And when they came together, they became even more broken, And we both thought we loved each other. We both needed each other. We needed each other to feel good, to feel accepted, to feel like we belonged. He had just come out of prison, and he was also a drug dealer. I was broken. I was lost. I didn't have any family around. I became his family. He became my family. But on that, New Year's Day, January 1st, 1991, everything went bad. He beat me up so badly because he was jealous. He thought I had been cheating on him. And he couldn't believe that I would do that to him. His own insecurity, his own, emotions and the rejection and abandonment that he'd gone through, he projected it onto me that particular day. Worse than any of the other times that he had beaten me. I ended up in emergency care on January 1st, 1991. And it was there that my awakening began. The doctors and the nurses asked me if I wanted to press charges against him. I said no. I said because he loves me, and I love him. We love each other. You see, when you bring brokenness into another brokenness, you can never be whole. You just become completely shattered, I said no, I didn't want to press charges. And they said, okay, what do you want to do? I said, I don't want to go back. Because I'm 20 years old, I'm 18 years old. And I'm in a hospital. Nobody knows where I am on New Year's Day. Nobody is asking for me. Nobody is looking for me. And if I go back to this relationship, I'm going to end up dying eventually. And I did not want to become a statistic. So I said to the hospitals, the staff, I said, I need help to get out of this relationship. The police were involved, and they escorted me back to my apartment. This is my apartment. They escorted me back there because I didn't want to go back there alone to get all my belongings. And by the time I got to the apartment, everything was trashed. He had destroyed everything. He had taken what he could take to sell, and just left the place. He ransacked the entire place. I gathered what I could gather, and the police took me to a domestic shelter. It was in that domestic shelter that my second awakening occurred. I looked back and I was sitting in the shelter, surrounded by other women who had been abused by men. And I said to myself, how did you get here? How did you get this low? And for 6 months that I was in that domestic shelter, I cried out unto God. I said, God, you got to help me. I'm 18 years old. This doesn't happen to a young woman, somebody like me. You have to help me. I need help. And every day, I would wake up at 6 a.m. and I would pray. I would read my Bible. I would listen to a particular preacher on the radio. And through that preacher, through, praying and just, reading the Bible, God began to stir up an awakening inside of me. He began to, show me, a direction, show me his ways, show me how much he loved me. Now, don't forget, this is an 18-year-old girl who had lived on the streets for 2 years, who had been raised by different families, passed from one family to another from the age of 10. But God did not forget me. In that homeless shelter, in that domestic shelter with all of these other women, I was the youngest there. I really woke up. I came into an awakening when I realized that if I don't do something with my life will never go anywhere. I am going to become a statistic. I'm going to confirm what everybody has said about me. You're never going to amount to anything. You're going to end up with so many children by different men. Your life will never measure up to anything. In that shelter by myself, I began to cry out to God. I said, God, if you exist, you have to help me. If you love me, you have to save me. 6 months, I did that. And for the entire 6 months, God began to do a healing in me. He began to, the wounds, the physical wounds were healed. The emotional wounds were going through a process of healing. Doesn't happen overnight. It didn't occur, it didn't happen, it wasn't a complete healing in the 6 months that I was there. It took many years. But in that 6 months, I started a journey of self-discovery, a journey that led to creating a new path for my life, and a journey that has grown me into the woman that I am today. But it started with that awakening that, what do you want your life to be like? Where do you want to go? Do you want to become a statistic? Or do you want to, become much more? What do you want to become? Because at the end of the day, the solution is in your own hands. It's not in anybody's hands. No matter no matter who has hurt you, no matter who has abandoned you, who has rejected you, no matter what you've gone through in life, let me tell you something. The end, whatever your life will amount to is down to you. It's never down to anybody else. Our past, whatever we go through, is supposed to shape us to become the woman that we want to become. I made up my mind in that shelter that, girl, you are better than this. God loves you. God has saved you for a reason, a purpose. And if you don't take your life in your own hands, that's your fault. I had to stop blaming everybody else. I had to stop blaming my parents for abandonment. I had to stop blaming every single family that I lived with for rejecting me. I had to stop blaming my ex-boyfriend for beating me up and for trying to kill me, all because I mentioned the word kissing. I came into my own awakening that my life is of value. I am valuable. And if I want to become somebody, I have to make a decision. And I want to take you back. I want to take you into the Bible. The book of 2 Kings chapter 7 talks about 4 men that were rejected, 4 men that were abandoned, 4 men that community ostracized because they had leprosy. Because on the outside they weren't beautiful according to society. So they were placed outside the gates. these 4 men came into their own awakening one day, and they said, hold on a minute. If we stay here, we're going to die. If we go back, we're going to die. We might as well take our lives into our own hands and go forward. And whatever happens to us in the camp of the Arameans, at least we made a decision. I want to tell every woman that is watching today, that is listening to me from wherever you are, everybody will get an opportunity to come into their own awakening. And you have to make a decision. Do I stay here and die? Do I go back and die? Or do I go forward and take my chances? Because at the end of the day, the past you can't change. The present you can't really change. But the future, what's ahead of you, girl, you can change that by every decision you make. And it starts with one decision. The first decision is what you look in the mirror and you say, girl, you are fearfully and you are wonderfully made. Doesn't matter if nobody agrees with you. It doesn't matter if you have crooked teeth. It doesn't matter if your nose is big. Let me tell you something. When I was younger, I desperately wanted to stretch myself to be taller because everybody else around me was tall. And I was so insecure about my height. But when I came into my own awakening, God said to me, girl, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. And now it's time for your soul to know it very well. You see, with the day your soul knows it very well is the day of awakening. It's the day that you look in the mirror and you said, hold on a minute, your opinion is irrelevant. Your opinion is irrelevant. The only opinion that matters is the opinion of God. And if God says, I am beautiful and fearfully made, then that's all that matters, period. Can I tell you something? That we listen to too many people. We listen to too many opinions, which, we allow people to control us by their own definition of beauty, by their own definition of success, by their own definition of what it means to be a woman. And you know what? Most people's definitions comes out of their own insecurity. Comes out of their own experiences. People will tell you that, oh, you can't do this. You know why they're telling you that? Because they don't want you to surpass them. And they don't want you to go too far, because then it makes them feel insecure. We all have to come into our own awakening, like I did, like the 4 men who had leprosy in the Bible. You all have to decide, if I continue in this way, if I continue in this abusive relationship, if I continue on this path of self-destruction, if I continue in the direction I'm going, I'm just going to end up dead. I'm going to end up dead. Every day I'm just going to kill myself slowly and slowly. You see, death is not death until somebody is dead. Death is when you stop living. The day you stop living is the day you begin to die. So I want to encourage you. Unmask your beauty. It's about unmasking your mind and letting your mind be free. Have the mind of Christ, not the mind of your family, not the mind of your friends. Unmask your beauty is about unmasking your own emotions and accepting yourself. You're loud, so what? Yeah, you're short, so what? God handpicked you. And he said, Bible says, he knitted me together in my mother's womb. He knitted me together. He picked my nose, he picked my hair, he picked my height, he picked everything about me, and he shaped me and he formed me in his own image. So when I look in the mirror every day without the makeup, without the hair, without anything, I see an image of Christ. And I say, girl, you look so much like your daddy. And I want to encourage every woman, even regardless of what people have told you, when you look in the mirror and you can accept yourself the way you are, that's the day you truly awake to who you are in Christ Jesus. Thank you. God bless you.
And that was so good. What a heartfelt speech. Not very many people will be confident to talk about their awakening, you know, personal moments that they have gone through, but she did just that. And we are inspired and we are learning, you know, we're learning from that. Okay, we're going on a break now. This is a much longer break, so feel free to take a walk down the road. No, don't go anywhere. Just stay here, watch what we have to show you during the commercial break, and see you right after.
Are you considering investing in a business, especially in a business that has a proven model that works? Adoniaabeauty franchise is opening up from November 1, and we want you from all over the world. We want an Adonia franchise in every city of the world. So if you're anywhere in the world, be it Nigeria, the UK, the US, Canada, anywhere in the world, you want to send an email to franchise@adonia.com. I will tell you everything you need to do to have your own Adoniaabeauty, you know, in the city that you're in. Currently, Adonia has 10 different streams of income, and I would love to show you exactly how to build your own Adoniaabeauty franchise in your community and how to build a community of women around you, you know, to not only provide beauty treatment, but also to create a movement of women that are ready to change the world. Send us an email, franchise@adonia.com, and we'll be happy to discuss more with you. Thank you and have a good day.
Ìyá mi ṣe pàtàkì nínú business yìí. Orúkọ ìyá mi ni Adérọ́pò, meaning my mother has been a big part of this business. The name of my mother is Adérọ́pò. Unfortunately, I lost my mom in 2018, which was very devastating for me and my family. This loss was what prompted House of Rockwell, a fashion and beauty brand. House of Rockwell's vision is to be a company recognized for creativity through the lens of African culture and to infuse our heritage to the world. House of Rockwell incorporates the African culture from the prints used in designing Nigerian outfits to the names. The business, which in itself is a brand, aims to express the African Nigerian heritage in everything through beauty. At House of Rockwell, we sell hair and beauty products ranging from ready-to-wear wigs to mink lashes and our very own branded eyeshadow, and also our African print makeup storage bag. From past experiences and my now experience with very own brand House of Rockwell, I have come to realize that beauty industry is an ever-growing one. People love to feel unique and be creative with whatever beauty products they're using. My brand speaks my African Nigerian heritage. It allows individuals from all walks of life to immerse themselves in a little bit of culture while using my products.
I'm Eugenia Ogundari, founder and CEO of Eliora Beauty Inc. Eliora Beauty was and is still inspired by my daughter Eliora. It's named after her. So she was born with a blood disorder called sickle cell, which is basically your blood cells not forming properly, and when you lack oxygen, you have painful episodes. It was quite traumatic for the family. You know, as a parent, you are watching your child go through pain, and there's really nothing you can do, you know, to help. In the process of the stem cell transplant, she went through a round of chemo. And with that round of chemo came hair loss. So she lost her hair. And I think for, you know, Africans, the one thing we mothers kind of struggle with when our kids are that age is getting them to love and appreciate who they are in their skin. You know, where they are wondering, why isn't my hair silky or straight? You know, why is it so tough? Why can't I just have it in a ponytail? Why can't I just get up and go? Why do I have to go through all this routine just to, you know, get my hair in order? So you're going through that phase of trying to get her to love her hair, love her skin, love being black. Black is beautiful. And then in all of that, you lose the hair. We did try, you know, when she got out of the hospital, we did try to hold on to the hair that was left, but the harder we tried, they kept falling off. So eventually we had to cut the hair, and I told her we had to start afresh. So I think what sets Adoniaabeauty products apart from other products in the beauty industry is we formulated them with natural ingredients we could find around the house. Things like shea butter, coconut oil, argan oil, and looking at it from the angle that she was just coming out of the hospital. She had just had a stem cell transplant. It was really important that whatever was going into her, either way, had to be natural. So that is what I would say sets Adoniaabeauty apart, is that the products are natural and they actually work. So what I want people to remember about the brand Adoniaabeauty is Eliora. Eliora is a fighter. She's strong, she's very determined, and she is set on using her voice to try to remove the stigma that is associated with having sickle cell disease. So she wants other Black girls out there who are struggling with hair loss, who are struggling with trying to grow their hair, that we have something that actually works. I mean, I'm a testimony of that if you have lost your hair, it's not the end of the world. Your hair can actually grow back. So that's what I want people to remember about Adoniaabeauty.
Welcome back to the Unmask Your Beauty conference. Have you been taking pictures? Have you been posting pictures? We want to see where you're watching from. We want to see what you're wearing. I know how that sounds a bit, yes, but we want to see what you're wearing. Are you in your PJs? Are you dressed up? Are you, I don't know, are you taking a run even as you're listening or watching? Let's know what you're doing at this very moment. Use the hashtag Unmask Your Beauty Conference 2020. Now we're moving on to the second stage, and this is the Discover Yourself stage. I told you this is an all-encompassing conference. We are going to grow. Like, this is the kind of place you come to and you cannot leave the same. You have to experience a change. You have to experience a shift in your mind. And this is the season for everyone to experience a shift. Can we see the madness going on around? Can we see, this has been an interesting year, okay? We cannot stay the same, and I hope no one has stayed the same through this process or through this year. Okay, so the first speaker in the Discover Yourself stage is Morenike Adesina, and she's an avid learner and believes in self-discovery and women's empowerment as a tool for social change. Morenike received her Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Alberta and started off her career in private banking. She worked with a global bank in Vancouver for several years before returning to the prairies. Passionate about learning, Morenike completed her MBA at the University of Calgary and has since made the unique transition within commercial banking into operations and risk management, where she brings a people-first approach to helping corporations grow. Her visionary perspective has earned her opportunities to be part of various groups dedicated to women's interests and minority represented groups. Outside of the office, Morenike is happiest spending time with her husband and 2 children. She lives an active life either at the gym or exploring Calgary's beautiful landscape. Let's welcome Morenike Adesina as she talks to us about the journey to personal discovery.
Thank you, Toyosi, for that fantastic introduction. I'm excited to be here today as part of the Unmask Your Beauty conference. My name is Morenike Adesina. I'm a mother, sister, friend, daughter, firstborn child, a wife, a leader, a volunteer, full-time employee. I've identified with every single one of these titles at different points throughout my life. But who am I? Who truly is Morenike? Come on a journey with me through self-discovery. So some of us are late bloomers, and it was not until 5 years ago that I truly started to question who I was and having a real interest in figuring out what really made me tick. What did I like? when I found myself lost and without purpose in the months following the birth of my daughter. I knew I was a mom. In fact, I loved being a mom. But I still felt this void within me that did not go away. It did not go past being a provider. On many nights, I would lie awake in bed, exhausted, wondering what next. Do you sometimes feel like that? We as moms often find ourselves without purpose in the postpartum months. I actually have various chunks of those months that I have no recollection of. There are also other memories that I cling on to as they are so precious and cannot be replicated. Then I realized that true happiness comes from owning your situation and at least making an effort to change things that we do not like. Or better yet, improve on the things that we do enjoy doing and doing more of them and finding the time to do them. But I digress. I have broken my talk into 3 phases. Come on a journey with me through self-discovery. The 3 stages are understanding your past, embracing your present, and preparing for the future. Understand your past, embrace the present, and prepare for the future. In order to embrace my present situation, I needed to look into my past and understand and acknowledge that I did not have any lingering issues that needed to be dealt with. Feel free to travel into the past, but I encourage you, please do not stay there. Don't remain there, as it hinders your ability to move forward. I encourage you to wipe the slate clean and, as much as possible, push forward for change with a goal of reaching what I call my Zen state. The things that make me happy, the things that make me thrive, the things that make me feel most at peace. You see, I had grown up not really having any real issues, any real difficulties in school. In fact, I skipped grade 5. My parents raised me and my sister to be fiercely independent and confident, so there really were no issues in that category either, in that aspect of my life. So truly, it looked like my past was okay. There really were no issues. And so my family immigrated to Canada when I was 19. And I think that transition from my core group of friends and family, in retrospect, is what made me start to question who I was. Have you ever gone through a dramatic change that makes you hunger for what you had? What you thought used to make you happy? What if that part of your life could never be replicated again? It could never be relived. Can you hold on to those happy memories and still move forward and have a wonderful life? I think so. I think you can. So we moved to Edmonton in the late 90s, and with no friends, like I said earlier, the introvert in me had to dig deep or find itself alone on those minus 30-degree weather days with no friends to go out with. So I had to make friends really fast. In moments of discomfort, we tend to bury ourselves in activities that may or may not bring value. In the process of doing so, we sometimes will ignore the things that hurt us. So I found myself racing through my university years with fantastic grades in an area that I was not really passionate about, but I was apparently good at, and I've made into a career today. All right, fast forward to 2015. As I said, my postpartum journey left me feeling lost, but I knew clearly that my past was very well lived, actually, and I needed to own and embrace my present. There comes a time in our lives when we need to move with purpose, with intention. I hesitated to go back to work, but then my husband and I chatted about it, and we decided that it was the best thing to do. I knew for sure that in the process of embracing my career, things had to change. My mental space had to be healthy to push forward things that I wanted. I needed to do things for me, to truly understand who I was and what I liked outside of being that mom, sister, and friend. As much as I enjoyed each of these roles, I needed to find something for myself. And so I hit the gym. Having been blessed with good genes, I realized that working out complemented not only my physical looks, but also played a very vital role in my mental health. My gym time became my place of solace, where I could be vulnerable yet powerful. And the end result became a great mental space, and yes, that summer body that we all crave. With the current pandemic, my understanding is that we are all allowed 15 pounds, so please indulge and have fun. So as I prepared to go back to work, I needed to build my career with intention. How does an introvert thrive in an active workplace? By making themselves uncomfortable and participating in activities that ensure that much needed growth. I became active in not just my day-to-day deliverables at work, but whenever there was a volunteer opportunity, I would put my hand up. As I became involved with these various nonprofit organizations, and internally with my employer, my network started to expand. I realized I was an introvert, but I could very easily switch and engage in a very powerful conversation with a total stranger. I found fulfillment, which further increased my joy. If you find something you like and you do more of it, you will find yourself getting happier. It's about finding what else outside of your day-to-day can enrich you and make you stronger, happier, and more productive. As I fill these various buckets with activities, I worry less about my day-to-day chores, which seem endless, which are never-ending, and which sometimes make me sad. Perhaps what you need is that one activity that further defines who you are and makes you feel whole outside of the other titles you are known by. And so that's the second phase of embracing my present situation. As I prepare for the future, I think about the role of family and friends. Just because someone is your auntie's sister's friend does not mean that they will treat you nicer than a stranger that you met at the grocery store. There's a friend who will be closer to you than a brother, and I have a few of those. I have been blessed with a wonderful family, and I'm very thankful, and I have a few close friends who complete my circle. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. That's one of my favorite quotes by Maya Angelou. I have become very intentional in the friends that I keep and who is allowed within my circle, because I believe that I have earned the right to choose who my friends are. My future is dependent on what priorities I set for myself, and with limited time, it is important to keep that circle tight. And speaking of circles, my crew and I regularly read a book called Draw the Circle by Matt Batterson. So if you're looking for a powerful and fun activity to do with your friends, please grab a copy of that book. My future also involves bringing others along with me. Toni Morrison said it so correctly. When you get these jobs you have been so brilliantly trained for, just remember that your real job is that if you are free, you need to free somebody else. If you have some power, then your job is to empower somebody else. This is not just a grab bag candy game. So when we find ourselves moving up within these organizations, whether at work or within the nonprofit sector, try to bring others along with you. Bring a friend, bring a sister. Your reach might be far enough to change someone else's life. So I've set some stretch goals for myself this year, one of them being to be more engaged in the Black community, and hence why I stand on this stage today. And thank you, Doi, for creating this great platform for us to share our experiences in a comfortable space. Thank you. If your past and your present, if you feel like they've not been lived according to your plans, if you feel like they've been lived without you being in full control, then why not repurpose your future? Set those concrete goals. Make them SMART. By SMART, I mean specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, SMART. That way you can look back and have a true measurement of how far you've come in achieving your goals. We continue to evolve as humans, but goals are made to be achieved. Without them, we are really not setting any true direction for ourselves. In fact, for me, these goals are past self-fulfillment. Therefore, those coming behind me, the daughters, the nieces, and for some, the granddaughters. I have learned to own my past and embrace my present, and in planning for my future, I am confident that I am capable. Thank you.
The woman is not your mother, is not mammy or wet nurse, is not a place to cut your teeth, to milk the marrow from bone, to suckle until sagging. The woman is not your training wheel. She is not the leather and lust of your first car. Some boys will be boys' story. Something hot you swallow to put hair on your chest. The woman is not your rite of passage. She is not some river you cross to prove yourself, carrying all of your baggage on your head. The woman is not a dumping ground. She is not some wilted or broken thing, the junkyard scrap you drag home to fix. The woman is not your project. She's not your problem. She's not an exercise in patience. The woman is not a game of chance at the crossroads of your life. She's not a gamble. She's not your lucky number. She is not your reward or trophy. The woman is not your God. She is not your savior or salvation. She is not a name you call upon like a prayer, your last chance at forgiveness. The woman is not penance for the sins of your father. The woman is not a sin. She's not yours. She's not waiting for permission or validation. She is not ducking down beneath her hurts. She's not afraid of her lonely or alone. She's not afraid to heal or be healed. The woman is busy in the work of becoming whole and unto herself. She is in conversations with God, trying to understand the blueprint of becoming. The woman is making magic from scraps of nothing. The woman is working. And if she finds you working too, she might just let you love her.
That was Titilope Shonuga with that beautiful spoken word. Titilope is an award-winning poet, writer, and performer who calls both Edmonton, Canada, and Lagos, Nigeria home. She's the first poet to appear at a Nigerian presidential inauguration, performing We Are Ready at the May 2015 ceremony. She was the winner of the 2011 Canadian Authors Association Emerging Writer Award for her first self-published collection of poems, Down to Earth. Her second collection, Abscess, was published in 2014 by Gecko Publishing, South Africa. Now, Titilope's work has appeared in Brittle Paper, The Great Black North, Contemporary African Canadian Poetry, was translated into Italian for El Ghibli magazine and into German for the Berlin International Poetry Festival. Her accolades are endless and yes, well-deserving, all well-deserving. So now we're going to be moving on in the Discover Yourself stage, and our next guest is talking about a topic I am super passionate about. Like it is my, I feel like it's my essence, you know. Her topic is who am I? Who am I? That is a topic on identity, and I am big on people figuring out their identity. But this is not about my feeling. This is about our next speaker. And our next speaker is Eno Eka. Eno Eka is a business analyst and change manager based in Calgary, Alberta. She's an award-winning career coach and speaker who has been recognized for helping more than 5,000 immigrants kickstart their professional careers in Canada. If Eno Eka was in Nigeria, she would have like tons of friends. But anyway, moving on. She's a business analyst, content developer, and course instructor at the University of Manitoba. She is head coach and principal consultant at Any Consulting Incorporated. Eno volunteers as a mentor with Helping Other People Succeed, the Calgary Region Immigrant Employment Council, and is a study group leader with IIBA Calgary. She also volunteers at the Calgary Drop-In Center and Calgary Dream Center. Her awards and achievements include Forbes 30 Under 30 nominee 2020 in the education category, Calgary Top 40 Under 40 nominee 2019 and 2020, Top 100 Black Women to Watch in Canada 2020, and she's the winner of the 2019 Award for Mentorship of the Universal Women's Network. Let's welcome Eno Eka.
Thank you so much. My name is Eno Eka, and I'm going to be speaking about my journey to self-discovery. Does anyone here know how to ride a bicycle? Comment yes if you know how to ride a bicycle. I don't know how to ride a bicycle. Because my mom, when my neighbors were riding bicycles, she would say, go inside and read, go inside and study. And she sort of had this this notion about girls riding bicycles and how it affected their hymen. I don't know. It's a myth that I don't believe in. So I never rode a bicycle. I still do not know how to ride a bicycle. Does anyone here know how to play soccer? I used to play soccer as a girl. I was a girl child. And then one day my mom caught me playing soccer with the boys. And she gave me the beating of my life. I used to play attack, defense, midfield. I was a goalkeeper. I would do anything just to play with the boys and just to do things that children typically do. And then she told me always go inside and go and read and go and study. I was the supposed smart kid. I was sort of this genius kid, as my parents would think. I got a double promotion from kindergarten to nursery to primary school. I got those double promotions. As at 8 years old, I had passed the preparatory exam to move to secondary school. And the headmistress of my school, who was a family friend and also my dad's patient, actually told my parents I was too young to go to secondary school. So I had to actually spend 2 more years in primary school. So my friends, who we grew up together, were already in secondary school when I got in secondary school. So imagine, having your own friends that you played soccer with, you were riding the bicycles with, being ahead of you in life. And it sort of felt that way after secondary school. I wanted to go into the university, and I didn't get my course of choice, and I had to wait another year. So these same friends who we used to ride the bicycles together, play soccer together, I got into the university and they were graduating and I was just getting into the university. So I always felt like I was this smart kid, but somehow I was behind in life. I always felt that way. And sort of affected my self-confidence. Even after I graduated from university, I wanted to work with one of the big fours. It was my dream. I wanted to be a consultant. And when I got out of school, I applied to all the big fours. I applied to all the big consulting companies. And they were already taking me like, what is happening? I'm supposed to be the smart kid. I'm supposed to be that kid who got all the double promotions. Before the age of 5, I knew the multiplication table from 2 times to 12 times. They used to say, this girl, she's just so smart. And then my parents would say, you're going to be a doctor. I said, but I want to be a teacher. My mom's like, no, you're not going to be a teacher. You're going to be a doctor. And I'll be flogging my dolls with the same cane that was used for me when I go out to ride a bicycle or go out to play soccer. So this was my passion. My passion was teaching and speaking and sharing knowledge. But I was told that I was going to become a doctor. So at a certain point in my life, I kept saying I was going to become a doctor, even though that changed because I decided to study accounting. And we'll get to that. Now, what is self? Your self is your essential being. What makes you different from everyone else? That is the meaning of self. And discovery is uncovering something, is an invention. That's what discovery means. And I went through that in phases. The first phase was when I decided not to toe the path my parents wanted for me. So I got into secondary school and said I wasn't going to study medicine anymore So I went on to study accounting. Studied accounting, got out of school, and worked as an accountant for a while, even though I didn't get into any of the big fours. And then I just thought one day, this is not my passion. I am not happy about this. What are the things that make me happy? What is my purpose? What is the reason for my existence? Why am I here? And I started asking myself these questions. Who am I? Who am I? Who are you? So when you ask anybody, who am I or who are you, they say, oh, my name, like me, I would say my name is Enoeka. You would say your name is, Bimbo, your name is Jane, your name is Gloria, because that's what you were told. So first of all, our parents define us and they give us an identity. But at some point in your life, you have to discover yourself and, ask yourself questions. God, why did you put me on this earth? What am I really supposed to do? Not what your parents think you should do, not what society thinks you should do, not what your friends and family think you should do. But really, what is your passion and what is your purpose? And it starts with asking yourself those questions. First of all, what am I good at? What do I love to do? What does the world need from me? And can I get paid to do it? That's where you can align your purpose align your passions to find your purpose. And that's where it all started for me. I started asking myself, what are the things I'm good at? I love to speak, I love to teach, I like facilitating. I found that my communication skills were the things that a lot of people, found about me that they thought were excellent. They thought made me stand out anywhere I went to. I was able to communicate with people. I had great people skills. So I asked myself, how can I use this? In what path can I transition my career? And then I moved into business analysis because I found that I could use these communication skills and my great people skills to actually carry on in this career path. So I moved away and discovered myself again from what I thought I should do, which was accounting, into business analysis. I thought about the fact that I could help organizations using the skills that I have, right, to increase their revenue, to reduce costs. And it's been a fantastic journey in this career path, doing what I do. However, every time I still felt drawn towards those memories of me teaching my dolls. That was really the best times for me. And I asked myself, if this is really what I enjoy doing, this is my passion, how can I make it my purpose? Are there people out there that need me, that need the service that I have to offer based on the skills and the gifts God has given me? And then one day, I really asked myself, who am I and what are the things that I can do that would actually serve the world? What is my superpower? And I was asking people around me, what do you think is my superpower? What is my superpower? People are like, you love to teach, you like speaking. My mom says, I don't even know, you're a coach, you're a consultant, you're everything. You're always on the phone advising everybody in the world. And I'm like, okay, I think I get it now. But I was able to, bring everything together and just define myself as someone who breaks down complex situations, who breaks down anything that's complex to people. I simplify it and help them to redefine and rediscover themselves. And that's how I was able to discover myself. That's how I aligned my passion with my purpose. And today I teach, I speak, I'm speaking to you and I'm sharing my journey with you. I teach at the university. I create content for teaching. I'm a director of education. And it's not just because I loved books, but it's because that is really my passion. And I was able to discover myself. I was able to step away from everything that my parents told me I would be, step away from the things that I thought I would be, and decide and ask God, what do you really want from me? And I remember the day that I had this revelation, I was reading my Bible, and the Holy Spirit took me to the book of Genesis, where God told Abraham, pick up your things, leave your family, and go to a place I will show you. That was his journey to self-discovery. There was no way Abraham could have been the father of all nations if he was still in his father's house. Now, I'm not saying you should leave your father's house or your mother's house. No. But I'm saying there is something that you're going to do that's going to start your journey. So listen, ask yourself, be intuitive, be introspective. Find people to lead and guide you. Find people to mentor you. People who have done the same things, right? And make sure you document your journey. Document your journey as you go through. And you don't have to be young or old. It doesn't matter when you discover yourself. But when you do, you'll be able to really answer this question when I ask you, who are you? Thank you.
So good, so good. Ask yourself, who am I? Who am I? We should all be able to answer that question confidently. Okay, we're going on a short break now. When we return, we'll be moving to the next stage, which is the create stage. I am excited about this stage because we have two powerhouses who are going to be speaking to us. Damilola Ajibade talking about the power of building relationships, and Debola Deji Kurumi talking about the power of a compelling vision. See you soon.
Are you considering investing in a business, especially in a business that has a proven model that works? Adoniaabeauty franchise is opening up from November 1, and we want you from all over the world. We want an Adonia franchise in every city of the world. So if you're anywhere in the world, be it Nigeria, the UK, the US, Canada, anywhere in the world, you want to send an email to franchise@adonia.com. I will tell you everything you need to do to have your own Adoniaabeauty, in the city that you're in. Currently, Adonia has 10 different streams of income, and I would love to show you exactly how to build your own Adoniaabeauty franchise in your community and how to build a community of women around you, to not only provide beauty treatment, but also to create a movement of women that are ready to change the world. Send us an email, franchise@adonia.com, and we'll be happy to discuss more with you. Thank you and have a good day.
Ìyá mi ṣe pàtàkì nínú business yìí. Orúkọ ìyá mi ni Adérakpọ̀, meaning my mother has been a big part of this business. The name of my mother is Adérakpọ̀. Unfortunately, I lost my mom in 2018, which was very devastating for me and my family. This loss was what prompted House of Rockwell, a fashion and beauty brand. House of Rockwell's vision is to be a company recognized for creativity through the lens of African culture and to infuse our heritage to the world. House of Rockwell incorporates the African culture from the prints used in designing Nigerian outfits to the names. The business, which in itself is a brand, aims to express the African Nigerian heritage in everything through beauty. At House of Rockwell, we sell hair and beauty products ranging from ready-to-wear wigs to mink lashes and our very own branded eyeshadow, and also our African print makeup storage bag. From past experiences and my now experience with very own brand House of Rockwell, I have come to realize that beauty industry is an ever-growing one. People love to feel unique and be creative with whatever beauty products they're using. My brand speaks my African Nigerian heritage. It allows individuals from all walks of life to immerse themselves in a little bit of culture while using my products.
I'm Eugenia Ogundari, founder and CEO of Eliora Beauty Inc. Eliora Beauty was and is still inspired by my daughter Eliora. It's named after her. So she was born with a blood disorder called sickle cell, which is basically your blood cells not forming properly, and when you lack oxygen, you have painful episodes. It was quite traumatic for the family. You know, as a parent, you are watching your child go through pain, and there's really nothing you can do, you know, to help. In the process of the stem cell transplant, she went through a round of chemo. And with that round of chemo came hair loss. So she lost her hair. And I think for, you know, Africans, the one thing we mothers kind of struggle with when our kids are that age is getting them to love and appreciate who they are in their skin. You know, where they are wondering, why isn't my hair silky or straight? You know, why is it so tough? Why can't I just have it in a ponytail? Why can't I just get up and go? Why do I have to go through all this routine just to, you know, get my hair in order? So you're going through that phase of trying to get her to love her hair, love her skin, love being black. Black is beautiful. And then in all of that, you lose the hair. We did try, you know, when she got out of the hospital, we did try to hold on to the hair that was left, but the harder we tried, you know, they kept falling off. So eventually we had to cut the hair, and I told her we had to start afresh. So I think what sets Adoniaabeauty products apart from other products in the beauty industry is we formulated them with natural ingredients we could find around the house. You know, things like shea butter, coconut oil, argan oil, and, you know, looking at it from the angle that she was just coming out of the hospital, she had just had a stem cell transplant. It was really important that whatever was going into her, either way, had to be natural. So that is what I would say sets Adoniaabeauty apart, is that the products are natural and they actually work. So what I want people to remember about the brand Adoniaabeauty is Eliora. Eliora is a fighter. She's strong, she's very determined, and she is set on using her voice to try to remove the stigma that is associated with having sickle cell disease. So she wants other black girls out there who are struggling with hair loss, who are struggling with, you know, trying to grow their hair, that we have something that actually works. I mean, I'm a testimony of that, that if you have lost your hair, you know, it's not the end of the world. Your hair can actually grow back. So that's what I want people to remember about Adoniaabeauty.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was that break? Have you taken pictures? Have you tagged? Have you posted? You should be tagging Adoniaabeauty on Instagram, and the hashtag, look at me forgetting the hashtag. The hashtag is Unmask Your Beauty Conference 2020. Don't forget to put up those pictures, those selfies. Let's know who you're watching with, who you wish you were watching with, and feel free to send this to people to watch, because it's still going to be available for a long time. Okay, we're moving on in the program, and this is stage 3. It's the create stage, and our first speaker is Damilola Ajibade. Damilola Ajibade is going to be talking about the power of building relationships. But just before she comes up, let me tell you a bit about Dami. Damilola is a chemical engineer turned international tax expert with over 10 years collective experience. She became a chartered tax accountant in the UK, following which she successfully transitioned into a Canadian CPA in 2018. Her current role involves assisting multinationals demystify the tax implications of their cross-border transactions. Dami is also a founder of Crownbury Limited, a company that provides high-quality, eco-friendly, sustainable products to mothers and babies. I'm just going to pause here and say I have used Dami's products and they are good. Okay, I'm just going to say that. Their main products are the 100% bamboo fiber baby towel, really good, and reusable breastfeeding pads, also really good. I promise you, Dami is not paying me for this. I'm just a satisfied customer. I think it's fine to say I'm a satisfied customer. Yeah. But yes, they both have stellar reviews, so, and I'm adding my review to the line as well. So a bamboo washcloth set will also be introduced into their product line in due course. In her spare time, she enjoys reading books. Her current count as at September 24 for 2020 is 53 books. And she enjoys hosting friends and family. I can also attest to that, networking, and also acts as the VP membership of the Canorators Toastmasters Club. Let us welcome my friend Damilola Ajibade.
Wow. Thank you so much, Toyosi. I can't believe all of that is about me, but you know what? I did it. I'm going to claim it. So before we get into why I'm here today, I thought it would only be right for me to say thank you to Doyin. And as some of you know, Doyin is a very good friend of mine. And at the beginning of the pandemic, when the stores had to close, I called Doyin and I thought, Doyin, I'm so sorry about this. You're having to close your shop. And do you know what she said? She said, don't be sorry. Oh, no. Now I have time to write my book. And look at us here today. The book is completed. We're having this amazing lunch for her. And you know what? I couldn't be more proud of you, Doyin. So well done. And also, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come and share with these gorgeous ladies something that's very close to my heart, which is talking about building relationships. So today I'm here to talk to you about the power of building relationships. And in the past, I've been told by friends and family that I have a lot of friends. Even my brothers sometimes get tired of me because I introduce them to a new cousin occasionally. They're just like, how did you even find out we were cousins? I'm going to share something very funny that happened recently. So I'm part of a group called the Calgary, Niger PR Citizens, or forgive me, I don't remember the name of the group right now, on WhatsApp. And one day I had a question about, moving to Canada. And although I moved to Canada, I moved from the UK, I didn't move from Nigeria. So the process is slightly different. So I put up the question on the group. And somebody asked, oh, is this for your brother, for Jaye? And I said, yes. And somebody else heard Jaye, and she goes, oh, is that your maiden name? What's your maiden name? I said, my maiden name is Jayola. And she said, no kidding. My maiden name is Jayola as well. And then we moved into the private chat, and we found out that our grandfathers are brothers. No kidding. That was very bizarre, because I've never met her before. Coincidentally, her first name is also Damilola. So we're both Damilola Jayola, and we're now married, and obviously we have separate surnames right now. So from that experience, I was able to share how I'd met her grandfather so many times, and all the experiences of him praying for us each time we went to Ijebu to visit. And it was just nice. It was nice. It's something that I could have stifled. When she asked me the question, I could have been like, who is this stranger asking me questions about my name? I don't want to share anything about myself. But from taking that step further, answering her questions, being nice to her, I found out that she's actually my cousin. So today, I'm going to share a few more examples of how building relationships has helped me in my personal life, in my working life, and also share some 5 strategies that I think are very practical and you too can put in place in your life to help you build better relationships. When I think about where things changed for me, was when I moved from Nigeria to the UK. Now, in moving to the UK, like I've shared several times, it wasn't planned. I stumbled onto this opportunity. And the next thing I knew was I was in the same classroom studying for my A-levels with other kids from Sierra Leone, from China, from Guyana, and everyone has different backgrounds. I didn't have the comfort of staying back in Nigeria, going to a university where I had my classmates or cousin or schoolmates there. I had a decision to make at that point. I could either sit in my shell, they sent me to school to read and do nothing else, or I could change, I could evolve, and try to find facets of my life that I needed to upgrade so that I could make friends more easily. And that is what I did. I started changing, and at some point in time, I had a crisis because I felt like I had changed too much. I was giving way too much of myself to people. I didn't feel like it was appreciated. And in essence, I was suffering. And so over time, over the last few years, I've had to go back and edit how much can I give of myself. And as time went on, I feel like I now know how much of myself I can give without having to worry about losing myself. After I moved on from my A-levels, I went on to university, made friends, and took on roles in societies like the Afro-Caribbean Societies. Gosh, I loved my time at Imperial. I was the president of the Afro-Caribbean Society. I know it was years ago, but it's still one of my claims to glory. And from Imperial, I moved on to start working for the firm I still work with right now. So this was back in the UK. I went on for an interview for a job in accounting. Like my bio said, I have a master's in chemical engineering. I knew nothing about accounting, but I needed a job, and that job was going to give me a work permit. And so I needed them to accept me into their internship. I went for the interview and spoke to this manager at the time who interviewed me. Thankfully, I was able to impress her enough to give me the job. During my internship, now was the time for me to put in the hard work so I could get a full-time job subsequently. Thankfully, I did this. I got offered a full-time job so I could go back to university, finish my master's, and come right back into the firm and work. So things were going well, and when I came back to the firm, this manager that interviewed me, she was now a senior manager. We stayed on being friends, and when I say stayed on being friends, we went like, I wasn't going to her house every day, or I wasn't going to her desk every day to disturb her. No. I was able to judge just how much of a relationship I needed to have with her. And it worked. Sometimes she would invite me to go for events with her. There was this time that we went to watch a live recording at the TV studio of something called Room 101. I hope I haven't gotten that wrong. But this is not something I would do naturally by myself. When she invited me to go, I thought, I could either say no, I don't want to go, and stay in my comfort zone, or I could say yes and travel all the way from Reading to London to go to the studio, queue outside in the cold, and then eventually sit down and watch something I've never watched before. But then I thought, you know what? This lady has been a voice for me in this firm. She got me this job. She's been there for me. If she wants me to hang out with her, I'm going to hang out with her, and I'm going to enjoy it. And so I went, and I had a great time. So this is just to give you a snippet of little things I did here and there without being in her face constantly. Now let's fast forward. I eventually got married, I had children, and then we moved to London. Moving to London, I was able to secure a role with the same firm in the London office, which was great. Everything was going rosy. I didn't really need much help, and I've shared how I got that job separately, but I won't go into much detail today. And then, just at the time when I felt like I was settled in the UK, my husband started whispering in my ears, it's like, oh, let's move to Canada. And I'm like, what? Canada? Why am I coming to Canada? We've got kids, they're in grade schools, I've got a job, I've got a career plan, I know just what I need to do to become partner. Why do I want to déjà vu all of this right now? My friends are here, I don't know, I only know like a handful of people in Canada. Why? Why should we do that? But we realized that it was the best decision for us as a family. And so I started thinking, if I move to Canada, I work in tax. The tax system in the UK is different from the tax system in Canada. I don't have any qualification, any Canadian qualification. How am I going to get a job? So I started sending emails, LinkedIn messages. Some didn't even bother to reply me. Some just said, no, I don't have the experience. And it got to a point where I thought, is this the end of the road for my career? Or am I meant to pivot, a 2020 word? Or what exactly am I supposed to do? And just when I had nearly given up, I happened to go to a regional tax training with work. At this tax training, remember the lady that interviewed me for my internship and I worked with in the Reading office? She happened to be there. And so I went to her and I said, hello, I haven't seen you in a while, I hope you're well. And then she shares news with me about the fact that she's taking an opportunity in the States. She's moving from the UK to the States. And I was like, oh, wow, that is really interesting. Guess what? I'm also moving to Canada. And she's like, why are you moving to Canada? And I just explained everything to her. And she said, oh, do you have a job there? They said, no, but I've been, messaging people, and so far I haven't had any luck. This was when she shared with me. She said, you know what? I know a director in the Leeds office who, a few years ago, they spent a few months in Calgary. I'm going to reach out to him for you. I'm going to introduce you to him and see if he can reach out to the partners in Calgary now and offer you a job. And so this was after I'd been having conversations with the HR in the Calgary office, and the HR was telling me that they didn't have a position for me right now, but they would get back to me. When this director in the Leeds office reached out to me, he pretty much gave me a phone interview just to see what kind of person he would be recommending for this job. He was happy with our phone interview. He sends an email to the partner in the Calgary office, and long story short, I got the job. Now, this is not to say that it was just because I knew somebody that I got the job. I had to prove to them that I had something to offer. I was bringing something to the table. This job also came from nurturing the relationship I had with this lady over the years. We were very different people. We had very different interests, but I was able to gauge a middle point where the both of us could come together and do something that we both enjoy. So with this in mind, I'm going to share 5 strategies that I think would help you as well to build strong relationships that will be beneficial to you. The first one is to be genuine. I understand that it can be very awkward to meet new people. I understand that people will say, oh, I don't like making small talk. Small talk is no one is interested in small talk. Why do I want to talk about the weather? And that's why I'm going to challenge you. Why are you talking about the weather? Talk about anything else. When you ask people questions, instead of saying things like, how was your weekend? When you say, how was your weekend, they're only going to come back to you and say, fine, it was fine, thank you, how was yours? How about you change that question to, what did you do this weekend? Because in life, you cannot get away from meeting new people. And to me, I see this as a new opportunity day after day to build meaningful relationships instead of hiding away from that gift that life is giving to you. So when your kids join a new school, when you go for a kid's birthday party, work networking events, how are you utilizing these opportunities for your own benefit? So something I learned recently that I've shared before, but I'm going to share again because it's that good, is when you find yourself in a situation where there's a lot of new people, some may know each other, some may not know each other. When you find yourself in a situation like that, what should you do? Find a group of 3 people. Because in as much as we like to multitask and talk to more than one person, the reality is in every group, you find that it's always a one-on-one conversation for most of the time. So if you find a group of 3, identify the 2 people that are leading the conversation and pair yourself up with the 3rd person. That is a good way to not feel left out of the circle. You can immediately start asking engaging questions. And from the questions you ask, give yourself the opportunity to pick up nuggets that people have dropped in the conversations. If somebody tells you this weekend that, oh, they went skiing, or they watched a football match, or they watched basketball match, start making a map in your head of the kind of person that person is. So that the next time you meet them, if you get the opportunity again, you're not starting from the beginning. Stop the bad habit of meeting people and forgetting important information about them. And this takes me to my second point, which is nurture the relationships that you have. Now, in nurturing these relationships, you meet someone for the first time, they tell you their name. Don't be that person that aims to forget their names. It's not nice. Because guess what? The next time that you meet them, if they remember they've met you before, and you ask for their names again, that doesn't look very good on you. Okay? So there's something I do that helps me with that. We all have smartphones, or at least most of us have smartphones. How are you using your smartphones other than for Instagram or music or whatever? Here is something else you can do with your phone. For me, when my friends start having kids, I have a lot of friends. I can't remember everyone's child's name. It would take time for me to start remembering their full names, right? So I go to my phone, I do two things. The first thing is I edit their names, and I include their husband's name, their children's name. At the end of the day, no one else is looking at your phone. This information is for you alone. The second thing I do is I go to my calendar. As soon as I hear we had a baby, boy, girl, whatever the case is, if they don't have a name yet, I go to my calendar and I put baby, I'm going to use Vese, baby, Alete. So I already have the birthday of the baby in my calendar, and I set a recurring reminder. So every year, for people that are important to me, I don't miss their birthdays, or I try not to, at least, not intentionally would I miss their birthdays. So how can you use this? You go to a networking event, you start speaking to someone, you identify that this person can be useful to you at some point in your life. Use your phone, you've got notes on your phone, just type in some basic information about that person that will help you juggle your memory. Now, an example of this happening to me was when I started working with the firm I work with right now. I did not know a lot about how the systems work, and so I got sent to somebody else to ask for help. In speaking to this lady, she talked me through how the systems work, so now I could do my work. After that encounter, I could have just said thank you and kept it moving and only gone back to her when I needed help with work. But I said, no, I'm going to invite you for coffee. So I invited her for coffee and I said, thank you so much for helping me. I really appreciate it. And then we got talking. We realized that we both enjoyed reading books. And then she plugged me into a book club for the office. And in that book club, I got speaking to someone else in the book club who told me a few months ago that when I was complaining to her that I wasn't able to file a tax return on time, and that really made me down. And she said, you know what, next time if you're in that pickle, just give me a call. I've got the code. I can file the tax return for you. Fast forward a few months later, I needed to file a tax return. I sent it to the person who was supposed to file it at noon. But guess what? At 6 p.m., that tax return was not filed, and it was deadline day. Now, I was fretting, what am I going to do? The client wants this to be filed ASAP. And then I remembered that a book club I went to a few months ago, that I went out of my way to go to build these relationships, to make friends. This lady offered to help me file a tax return if I was ever in that situation again. I remember that. I called her. She filed a tax return on time. I was happy. Client was happy. And I am so grateful to her for doing that to me. So this is why it's good to nurture those relationships. Number 3, don't exhaust your favors. Don't be that person that only shows up when you need help. Or you think you're so smart that you come the day before to start asking some questions. How are you? How's the family? And then tomorrow you ask for a favor. I understand that in most cases, you can't keep up relationships all the time. Yes, the one of, asking for favors here and there works. But if that becomes your routine, if you're known to be that person, that's not a good look. And people become less inclined to help you going forward. Now, number 4, give back. It's very easy for you to say, I don't know, when people ask you a question. It is so easy. But just dig deep. You know people. You know someone who knows someone. If somebody asks you a question, instead of saying you don't know, send a message to another friend. Ask them if they know anybody. Make an effort so that when people are helping you too, they too will be happy to make an effort. It goes a long way. And finally, don't sweat it. If people do not like you or they do not respond to you, don't sweat it. Guess what? There are tons of people on this earth. You're going to come across different people. If this person doesn't like you, this person will like you. So whatever you've learned today, or I hope that I've been able to help you with today, if you try it with one person and it doesn't work, don't stop there. Keep trying. It will work for you eventually. And finally, as Maya Angelou said, people will forget what you say to them. People will forget what you do for them, but people will not forget how you make them feel. So in whatever you're doing, just remember that in as much as you're trying to build a relationship, you're trying to get help from someone, people would also want to build relationships with you and try to get help from you. How are you making them feel? Thank you very much.
10 things somebody should have taught me. 1. Do not romanticize suffering. There is nothing poetic about a love that breaks your spirit. 2. Know when to leave. Some bridges need to be burned. Use the light to find a better way. 3. Practice forgiveness. Start with yourself. Nobody ever actually forgets. Remember the lesson. 4. Say no. Do not negotiate with terrorists. Do not bargain for anyone's love. 5. Friendships end. Let go. Stay open. 6. Save emotional real estate for the ones that will stay. Be a safe place for the ones you love. 7. Create time for yourself. Create something that will outlive you. 8. Do things that move your spirit. Laugh, cry, pray. 9. Love yourself as urgently and as completely as you want to be loved. 10. Becoming is hard work. Staying the same is even harder.
Thank you, Titi. That was beautiful as usual. Now we are moving on to our next speaker, and it is my delight to introduce this person to you. This person is my personal coach when she's coaching and when she's not coaching. She's one of those people who always says something profound. Like you're having a casual conversation like, oh, look, the clouds are beautiful. And she can say the volume of the clouds just give them their robust expressions. So yes, I'm actually excited to be introducing Debola Deji-Kurumi, fondly called DDK. She's the president, founder at Deborah Initiative for Women, a non-denominational Christian ministry in 5 countries, equipping women to live for Christ and further the kingdom agenda. She's also the executive director at Ideation Hub Africa, an accelerator for Africa's social innovators, change makers, and development entrepreneurs. She's the founder, CEO at Immerse Coaching Company, an online personal transformation institute, helping women launch a higher version of themselves. And I am one of those women. Okay, I'm one of those women. Immerse has an alumni of over 10,000 women across 9 countries from its suite of programs since 2014. The coaching company has recently evolved into Immerse Inner Circle, a subscription-based online coaching membership providing courses, coaching, and community to women. She is also president of the Firebrand Movement, an assignment to awaken a God-hungry generation who can stir and steward the move of the Spirit today. In 2017, she launched her most recent books, Firebrand and Firebrand Prayer Journal, and now hosts Firebrand Festivals, which are non-denominational revival gatherings for believers. She is a World Bank project facilitator, a certified workplace personality profile analyst, and a job evaluation analyst. She is also a 2018 Mandela Washington Fellow. Her and her husband are resident pastors at the Baptizing Church, Lekki, Lagos. DDK loves to laugh and make people laugh. She's joyfully married to Deji-Kurumi, and they are blessed with 3 generals. Let's give a resounding, warm, virtual welcome to Debola Deji-Kurumi, best known as DDK.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you're watching us from, and I'm excited to welcome you to Unmask Your Beauty Global Conference. It's my delight and pleasure to be sharing with you for the next few minutes on the power of a compelling vision. Before I begin, allow me to express my great pride and appreciation in Adoniaabeauty, who is the convener of this conference, as well as the author of Unmask Your Beauty, which has been launched today. Let me say that because I've been a part of the journey coaching you toward the release of this book, I definitely feel so proud of you, and I am just looking forward to all the great things that will be birthed as people start to read this very extraordinary, I mean it with every Sense of Truth is such an extraordinary book you've put in there for us, and I look forward to all the great testimonies that people are going to share as they read this book and as they move toward their unveiling, right? So I am going to be sharing with you very shortly about the power of a compelling vision. This is definitely a conversation to have, because whenever you are at the threshold of any kind of manifestation in your life, whenever you are at the threshold of any kind of upgrade and you are getting ready to move into new possibilities, you must begin to think and rethink your understanding of what your vision is, because that's what births the future. Allow me to start with a quote by Buckminster Fuller, and I am known to love this quote very much because it's just so powerful, and I believe it does speak so excellently to the conversation we're having here today. Buckminster Fuller says, "I am confident that the only thing important about me is that I'm an average, healthy human. I'm also a living case history of a thoroughly documented half-century search and research project designed to discover what, if anything, an unknown moneyless individual might be able to do effectively on behalf of all humanity that could not be accomplished by great nations, great religions, or private enterprise, no matter how rich or powerfully armed." And the general idea in this particular quote, in case you miss it, is Buckminster, who is definitely one of the most revolutionary thinkers of the last century. What he was basically saying, right, or of this current, outgoing century, and what he was basically saying was the story of his life and all the extraordinary accomplishments that he has been opportune to have is not connected to how brilliant he was. He says that he considers himself just an average healthy human, but that he's a living case history of a thoroughly documented project designed to discover. He's saying about himself that he's a thoroughly documented project that will help anyone discover what an unknown moneyless individual might be able to do effectively on behalf of all humanity that could not be accomplished by great nations, great religions, or private enterprise, no matter how rich or powerfully armed they are. And the general thought underneath what he was sharing is, if you have a mission, you don't need permission. And that whenever there is a person with a compelling vision enough to transform, society, to transform their community, to transform their nation, and they set about that duty, they are able to accomplish for humanity what sometimes nations are unable to accomplish. You see, because it's not really first about what nations have a capacity to do because of the power of resource, right? It's really first what individuals have a capacity to do because of the power of vision. And I tell you without equivocation, regardless of your background, your age, your tribe, your gender, your past experiences, your skill set, your competencies, the most powerful thing that you're sitting upon in this moment, like a gold mine, is actually the power of a clear vision, the power of a compelling vision. Vision is what draws the line between your today and your emerging tomorrow. Vision is so powerful that it cuts across all of the limitations known to humanity and allows you to step into a future. Whenever you are able to see a new future, a greater future than your current today, or your current reality, whenever you are able to embrace a picture of a tomorrow that is so clear to you, the likelihood that you will step into that tomorrow you have seen radically increases. And that is why I believe that this particular conversation today, in the next few minutes that I have with you, is definitely one that we should have right at the center of Unmask Your Beauty Global Conference, because this is a conference that challenges and charges you to step into a better tomorrow, to step into a newer possibility, to step into an upgrade in your life. And if you are going to move from where you are today to a brand new, better place that looks like the kind of future you desire, then by every means you have to be clear on what you want that future to look like. You have to be clear on what you can do in your tomorrow that is going to lead you into a life of meaning, a life of contribution, and a life of prosperity. Okay? So this is such a powerful quote to start with. Buckminster Fuller, despite all the amazing things that he did, was basically saying it's not really first about the smartest guy in the room. It's not really first about the most brilliant person in the room. It's really first about a person who has a vision that is bigger than them. And I want to take you on that journey to a few things you have to start to know and think about as far as your vision is concerned. Everyone should have a vision for their lives. And in case you're already saying, hey DDK, we are going too fast with this vision conversation, what really is a vision? I'm going to be sharing with you 3 definitions that stand out for me, 2 by a very beloved mentor and coach of mine, Dr. Cindy Trim, and I'll be sharing one that is a representative of my personal thought and understanding about how to look at vision. Dr. Cindy Trim says here, a vision is a divine mental preview of coming attractions. It is what you are able to see today as a potentiality for your tomorrow. This is really powerful. She says a vision is a divine mental preview of coming attractions. A divine mental preview, a picture of the future that you catch today. She says it's what you are able to see today as a potentiality for your tomorrow. What you actually step into in your tomorrow is not directly proportional to all that is possible for you to step into, but is directly proportional to the degree of sight and insight that you have about those possibilities. Do you see this? So she says it's a divine mental preview of coming attractions. It's what you're able to see today as a potentiality for your tomorrow. Vision is simply a matter of how you see yourself, and that's a second powerful definition over here by Dr. Cindy Trim. She says vision is simply a matter of how you see yourself in the future. It is acquiring fresh perspective for your life from God's vantage point of view. Now, I love this particular definition so much because there is a way everyday life can get autopiloted. There's a way that your mind helps you create an automatic response to everyday life. You wake up, you brush your teeth, you take your bath, you get dressed, you sit before the computer if you're working fully online because of a pandemic, or you step out, get into your car, get into traffic, turn off the street and get to your office. You get into the lift, move into the office you're working, greet your colleagues, do some day's job, make some calls, get upset at a few things, receive some credit alerts that excite you, hopefully more than debit alerts that annoy you, drive back and get home, make meals, go to bed. It's autopiloted, right? But Cindy Trim is saying here to us that a vision is how you see yourself in the future. A vision is a blueprint that is growing in clarity and in intensity within your mind, painting pictures for you about what tomorrow looks like, right? Even if you are not in the place you want to be now, it is vision that is going to take you into that future. Even if there are things you desire today, but you don't see how they are going to happen, it is in pursuing a compelling vision that never leaves you, that leads you definitely on a journey to that life that you prefer and that impact that you want to make. And the beautiful thing about a life of vision is it's a life of purpose, it's a life of contribution, it's a life of service, right? So we're not even just speaking to what you want to become and what you can do for yourself. We're also speaking to, and I'll mention a few things as we go along, to what you really can do for others and how you can add value to the world, elevate your impact, your influence, and of course even your income. Okay, so I love this one so much. It says it's acquiring fresh perspective for your life from God's vantage point of view. So this is beautiful because, like I said, many times we get stuck in autopilot. Autopilot keeps you average. Autopilot keeps you safe, but it doesn't get you significant. Autopilot makes you small ultimately because, well, you've made a practice of how to live your life, how to earn decently, how to pay the bills, and how to generally be okay. But you see, you were not designed to be okay. You were designed to be you were designed to be extraordinary. And if you think about yourself from God's point of view, and I hope that you're listening to me today, you do believe that you are a product of divine thought and a product of divine creation. And so if you're a product of divine thought, a product of divine creation, what it should tell you is that whenever you want to make conclusions about the quality and the value of a product, you think about its manufacturer, right? And so the whole idea of designer products, for example, is really about who manufactured them. And you use it all the time, even in making decisions about the kind of device you should buy. You would go for some brands as against other brands because you can trust that because this is the manufacturer, this will be the degree and the weight of quality and functionality and value that will come with that device. And if we use this simple ideology to drive home the understanding about how valuable we are, then it will mean that if you are a product of divine thought and divine creation, then there's a lot of value in your life. There's absolutely great value in your life. Your life was designed to be epic, to be exponential. You were designed to be here on earth and really, really make an unforgettable mark in the world, right? You were designed to be joyful, to have beauty in your life, to have wonder in your life, to have events occurring in your life that make you go, wow. Do you see? That's God's plan for you. You were meant to step onto the earth and live like God lived on the earth, right? And that's not even just about having your own needs met. Like I said, it's also really about being a change maker, a blessing, and someone others are thankful to be, to have encountered in their lives. This is such a beautiful thing to hear and to read. Cindy Trim says, vision involves acquiring fresh perspective for your life. When we're on autopilot, we definitely often don't have fresh perspective. And that is what I'm here to challenge you to step into again, a desire for a fresh perspective from God's vantage point of view. The reason I love God's vantage point of view is it's a point of view that is limitless. It's a point of view that is not hindered by impossibilities. Sometimes we're unable to elevate our vision and to see clearer and to believe bigger and to anticipate more and to, step out with a new desire for more in our lives just because we've been disappointed many times, we've not had our needs met, we have more questions and answers, and it's possible that you are just now okay with okay, and you are just all right with average, and you're just, trudging on and being safe and just, making do with the everyday type life, right? But Cindy Trim says that a vision is really about acquiring fresh perspective. And I hope that you're going to hear things at this conference today that will give you new perspective. Basically, new perspective is simply a new way of saying things. So sometimes the opportunities that will birth your transformation are already in your life, but you don't know them to be so. And that is what vision does for you. Vision helps you step into a new perspective. Vision helps you see something in a new way. Vision helps you open up to new possibilities in the realm of your mind, because your mind is actually your greatest asset. And if it has happened in your mind, the likelihood is super high that it will happen in time. Let me share with you my third definition for vision. And I've said here, vision is God's thoughts concerning an unfolding future captured today by a discerning heart. Vision is God's thought concerning an unfolding future captured today by a discerning heart. I love this definition very much as well because, and that's my biggest view about vision, because God has thoughts concerning your future. We sometimes forget this and we feel like we're the ones figuring our lives out, doing what we can to make ends meet, right? And to get into those next levels of opportunities and prosperity and abundance. And sometimes it's even just getting peace in a relationship. Sometimes it's just, having your needs met. Sometimes it's just expanding the alliances that you have, or, whatever it is that counts to you today, right? Sometimes we just feel that we're responsible for what our lives look like, and we're the ones who are working hard to think about how lives should turn out. But can I say to you categorically that God actually has thoughts for your life? Scripture says that he is thinking good thoughts concerning you. He is thinking great thoughts concerning you to bring you into a future that has a hope. That's so good. So you are not just here uncared for, like an orphan who has to figure everything out. And if you believe, listening to me today, that you are the product of God's thought and God's creation, then you've got to recognize that you are a child that is cared for, that is loved, and God is looking out for you. And that's my conviction. On the basis of the fact that God is thinking about you and has a thought concerning your future, then it's important for you to begin to ask yourself, how can I capture God's thoughts? Because two can't work together except they're in agreement. And until you step into an agreement with God's thought concerning your future, that future can happen. And the most powerful way to step into agreement and alignment with God's thought about your future is to see what he's saying, to hear what he's saying, so you can go where he is going, right? And that's how I define a vision. I say vision is God's thought concerning your unfolding future, which you capture today in your discerning heart, right? And that is why your heart is definitely the womb of vision. Your heart is definitely the incubation center for vision. Your heart is definitely the production center for every divine thought, every divine idea. And today, more than ever before, you have to pay attention to your heart. So many things are happening in the world. If you turn on the news, you're going to hear so much that could discourage you. Right now, as I record this particular conference speech for you, there are protests that are going on across our nation, Nigeria, where we are seeking, to advocate the end of police brutality. And if you think about all the things happening in the street, happening in communities, happening in families, happening in society, for sure it could actually get very depressing. And I could take you on a different tangent around this conversation about how to take care of your heart, but it's definitely not at the very center of my conversation with you today. But it's worthy of mention that your heart is the incubation center for vision. Your heart is the womb of vision. And so you have to take care of your mind. You have to take care of your heart. You have to take care of your emotions, take care of your imagination, take care of what you give access into the realms of your thoughts, because these things significantly impact on your ability to carry on a vision to maturity, right? And I must commend you for being a part of the Unmask Your Beauty Global Conference, because it says a lot about what you're taking in. And of course, you will have to go back to these materials again and again till they begin to really gain root in your heart, okay? Having established that vision is definitely an important part of how you're able to step into the future, and having agreed that it definitely is the way to birth that manifestation of a better tomorrow that you desire, I want to share with you a few very powerful reasons for you to embrace vision, right? What does vision do to you? What does it do for you? Why do we say a compelling vision is powerful? A compelling vision is powerful because it allows you to fulfill God's purpose for your life. That's the first thing, purpose. A compelling vision is powerful because without vision, you are unable to fulfill God's purpose. God's purpose is what is thinking about you. Vision is what you are thinking about, what God is thinking about you. And even though God has thoughts in his heart concerning you, until those thoughts enter your heart, you are never going to be in alignment to what he wants to do with your life, right? And this is so important. It is vision that connects the dots between where we are and where we can be in the future that God has for us. Number two is potential. Everyone has endowments and capacity, but it is vision that actually allows you see and seize your potential. Vision empowers you to actually see and seize your potential. Number three is precision. The clearer you are about what your future should look like, the lesser you are going to spend your years in errors, guesses, delays, and inconsistencies, because you are now precise on the direction that you should take. And I want you to desire precision. A life of error, it costs a lot, it brings a lot of pain, it wastes time, and it's just super frustrating. Vision offers you you precision. Number 4, vision gives you power. It helps you to extend your influence as a person of command, accomplishing meaningful output in your personal life and in the world. Number 5 is partnership. A life of vision offers you an extraordinary partnership with the God of the universe. You can get hand in hand with him to see the fulfillment of exactly what he wants to do on the earth, not just with you, but with your generation. Number 6 is productivity. Vision offers you the highest utilization of your personal power. As you pursue vision, you would become a valuable asset to yourself as well as to the world. It increases your productivity, and whether you're expressing your vision through family or career or business, a non-profit project, initiative for your community, whatever it is you're doing, even with marriage or parenting, vision definitely empowers you to be a more productive person. No time wasting, no skill wasting, no competence wasting. It just allows you to utilize at the highest level your personal power and what you have to offer the world. Number 7, productivity. Obviously, every time you commit to the work that God appoints for you to do in any season of your life, for sure, you are going to be on your way to wealth. And I can tell you categorically that on the path of vision is provision. On the path of vision is definitely provision. And when you get into the work God has asked you to do in your life, you're getting into the wealth that he has reserved as a result of the work you're doing. Number 8 is peace, right? There will be seasons that are extremely challenging, but ultimately when you're on the path that God has set for you as a person of vision, you are going to experience indescribable fulfillment and a sense of peace. Number 9 is permission. In shining your own bright and burning light, you give others the same permission. You give others permission to do the same. So by stepping out and fulfilling your dreams, even if it makes you so uncomfortable and it takes you on a path less traveled, it will offer you an opportunity to be a voice, to be a blessing, to be an example, to be a model, and to offer the next generation permission to step out and do the same. Imagine a world where there were so many visionaries who were working sacrificially to change the world, who were elevating into new levels of possibility and upgrading into the fullness of their divine potential on earth. Finally is patrimony, and patrimony simply speaks to legacy. The way we leave a legacy on the earth is actually by birthing a vision. I'm now going to share with you finally just a few thoughts about how to step into a life of vision. And the first is for you to embrace introspection. I already spoke to you about how we're always just on this fast-paced lane, just going for stuff and, trying to meet our everyday need. And we're on this autopilot of doing a lot of things. We never really make enough room to be quiet to hear. Anyone who wants to step into a life of vision must make room in their life to hear. They must make room in their life to be introspective, to ask the right questions, to engage with knowledge, to spend time praying and to listening so that it can be what is called a flow of light. There's such a thing as a flow of light where you can conceive a divine idea streaming out of God's heart into yours. And inspiration definitely comes with a lot of solitude, a lot of introspection and quietness, which is obviously such an important practice you must start making your life, right? That is so important. The second thing is you must really begin to seek opportunities for contribution. Even if you're not super sure of what your compelling vision is right now, just focus on what makes you cry or what makes you troubled. Look into the world and begin to ask, what problem do I feel born to solve? What things do I want to change? And go for those things, right? Some of you might be passionate about alternative education for low-income communities in Africa. Some of you might be passionate about vulnerable children. You might be passionate about endowing women and celebrating their beauty. You might be passionate about mentoring the next generation. You might be passionate about healthcare innovation. You might be passionate about energy and environment, or running a business that is ethical and can donate some portion to charity. Whatever it is that you're passionate about, you might even be passionate about preaching the gospel and you want to run ministry. Whatever it is that continues to burn in your heart is a strong indication of what you were born to do, okay? So begin to explore a bit more the problems you want to solve, the change you want to create, and you don't even have to go start an organization. You definitely can volunteer or step into partnership with an existing visionary who is already doing that work. Number 3 is just to tell you what Nike says all the time: just do it. If you're sitting today over a brilliant idea, or you are standing at the threshold of a powerful innovation for this generation, but you constantly feel like you're not ready, there's no time, you want your kids to be older, you need capital, just do it. I tell you without equivocation, there is always something that you can do today that can move you forward in the direction of a definite vision. Don't forget, as you go along on that journey, to seek the right alliances, to get into the right communities, to inspire your mind by reading the stories of those who have gone ahead on a visionary path. And finally, make sure that you're building yourself with the needed competencies, because particularly in the midst of the post-pandemic world, there will be requirements for new skills that you would need to create the type of future that our world is looking out for. So you go for those skills, those competencies, build yourself as much as you can with the right knowledge, the right expertise, the right skills, and be prepared to be the person who offers solutions to the problems of the world. I'm going to be leaving you with a final quote that I believe is just such a blessing. Tomorrow, it says, is the land where 99% of all human productivity, motivation, and achievement is stored. And if you refuse to be a person stuck in today, but you allow yourself to embrace the possibilities waiting in your tomorrow, you would find the energy, the impetus, the courage to actually stand and rise and begin to make your way into that future that you see. My name is Debola Dejukurumi, and it has been a great opportunity serving you with these insights about the power of a compelling vision. I'm going to be leaving you now to other speakers at the Unmask Your Beauty Global Conference and Book Launch, and allow me to remind you to definitely get your copy of Adoniaabeauty's book, Unmask Your Beauty. I'll see you soon, and I'm wishing you the very best as you get on your journey of a visionary life.
Hello, Superwoman. My name is Debola Dejukurumi. I'm founder of Mercenary Circle. We started the coaching company in year 2014. From 2014 till now, we have trained well over 12,500 women who have graduated from a suite of courses from about 16 countries of the world. So I want to help you experience greater possibilities, opportunities, contribution in your life based on new levels of growth.
Are you considering investing in a business, especially in a business that has a proven model that works? Adoniaabeauty franchise is opening up from November 1, and we want you from all over the world. We want an Adoniaa franchise in every city of the world. So if you're anywhere in the world, be it Nigeria, the UK, the US, Canada, anywhere in the world, you want to send an email to franchise@adoniaa.com. I will tell you everything you need to do to have your own Adoniaabeauty, in the city that you are in. Currently, Adoniaa has 10 different streams of income, and I would love to show you exactly how to build your own Adoniaabeauty franchise in your community, and how to build a community of women around you, to not only provide beauty treatment, but also to create a movement of women that are ready to change the world. Send us an email, franchise@adoniaa.com, and we'll be happy to discuss more with you. Thank you, and have a good day.
Our next guest in this stage 4, which is the growth stage, is Ruvimbo Gombo. Ruvimbo Gombo was born and raised in Zimbabwe, and following completion of high school, she relocated to the United Kingdom, where she completed an undergraduate degree in accounting and finance, and was awarded Best International Student by Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Ru then went on to complete a master's degree in corporate strategy and governance at the University of Nottingham, England, and graduated with a merit. Following completion of her studies, Ru returned to Zimbabwe and served as a youth leader for the Apostolic Faith Church organization, headquartered in Portland, Oregon, where she worked with 300 youths between the ages of 15 to 30, creating projects and activities for them to effectively use their time and stay off the streets. She did this while also working as a staff accountant for Deloitte. She currently works with Lafarge-Holcim, and I'm sure Ru will correct me eventually later when we talk, yes. But she works there as a business analyst and assistant to the CEO of North America, and mentors 6 young ladies in the UK, Canada, and Zimbabwe, helping them navigate career progression in male-dominated industries. Please welcome Ruvimbo Gombo as she talks about the agonizing advantage.
Thank you so much for that fantastic introduction, Toyosi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ru, and today I have a question for you. Has anyone ever felt inadequate? Feeling rejected, simply not good enough, leading you to question the very reason for your existence? Wondering, why me? Why now? Why, God? Why? These are all questions I ask not once or twice, but for every single day for 2 entire years of my life. Now, if we put that into perspective, that is 24 months, which works out to be 104 weeks, and if we break that down further, 730 days that I approached with the wrong attitude. The question most of you are probably wondering from the comfort of your homes, offices, lounges, or wherever you're connected from today is, I wonder why she spent so much time asking the same questions. And in response to that, I have another question. What would you do if you built your entire life around someone and decided to move to a whole new country where you had no family or friends to start a new life with someone? Now, till this very moment, I still wonder why that country had to be Canada. And of all places in Canada, Calgary, a city that is infamous for its extremely cold winters. Now, ladies, when I'm talking cold, I am talking experiencing a low of about minus 40 degrees Celsius for most days for approximately 7 to 8 months in a year. But that's neither here nor there, so we'll set that aside for now, as at that time, that was the least of my worries. Because the man I had traveled halfway across the world for decided he was done. Not done with the crazy winters in Calgary, because I would have totally understood that, but done with me, done with us. Now, if he had decided to stick around after he said that, the strategist in me would have probably tried to come up with a way to make things work. But nope. As life would have it, he decided he would move back to Africa, just where I had moved from. So that was me at 28, single again, desperately trying to find a place to live with just a week's notice, whilst also trying to figure out what my life would look like going forward. This was not the plan. And in this moment, the famous words by John Lennon that life is really what happens between our plans felt so real. Do you now see, or at least understand, why I felt rejected, confused, and lost? Do you see? Sounds crazy now why I spent 2 entire years asking the same questions, like over and over again. I asked the same questions because I had no idea at this point what my life would look like. When I made this decision to start looking for a place to live, I decided I would keep some plants in my apartment. Totally random idea. I had no reason for why I needed them, but I had them in the corner of my apartment, the only source of light in my gloomy apartment. I, however, had no idea the plan that God had in store for me, that from the life cycle of a plant and flower, God wanted to teach me a lesson that would transform my life forever. And it's this lesson that I would like to share with you today. In my hands, I have a sunflower seed. This seed was me. A seed God placed in a Christian family in Zimbabwe. Energetic, full of life, ready to take on the world. I was the second daughter of an avid businessman and successful medical practitioner. Life was good. With 4 other siblings to discover the world with, I was ready and excited to take on the world. Following the completion of my high school, I moved to the UK to further my studies. Once again, university was smooth sailing. I had no worries. My fees was paid in full. I was top of my class and surrounded by great people. It was fantastic. I had no issues at all. Following the completion of my master's, I moved over back to Zimbabwe. And at this point, my perfect world began to shake a little as I started to struggle to find a job in a country with skyrocketing unemployment rates. However, after a little while, I got a job and the sun came out again for that little seed. So that was the first time I started to have my world and my life shake a little. However, something comes next, ladies. Love. Your girl fell in love and decided to move to Canada because that's what it meant for me to make a decision to settle down. Now, because I had moved to the UK before and settled down and adjusted and got used to the way of life, I didn't think another move to a new country would be a big hurdle. So within no time, I found myself on a flight on my way to Canada. I was excited. I remember sitting on the plane, I was excited, really expecting to have the time of my life. But I had no idea at this point what life had in store for me. So I made my grand entrance into Canada at a time when it was going through a very harsh economic downturn. People were literally leaving the province in search of jobs. And that's when I decided to casually walk in. However, with a first-class degree from an international recognized university, coupled with experience working for one of the big 4 firms in the world, I thought, I don't know what they're talking about. I'll probably be okay. I'll find a job. So I started to apply. I applied, really eager in the beginning. and I started to get rejection letters, rejection letter after rejection letter. I quickly realized that I lacked something. I lacked Canadian experience. The first time I got acquainted with the word inadequate. However, I continued to apply. I applied and I applied. With much prayer and perseverance, I finally secured a job. But just when I thought I could catch my breath, the man I had moved for decided, time's up, he was done. And he walked right out. I cannot tell a lie. I felt like my whole world crumbled at this point. As I began to ask, why, God? Why me? Why now? Every single day, it felt like I was falling deeper and deeper into a dark, bottomless pit. And I began to identify with the seeds I had growing in pot plants in my apartment at this time. You know, I looked at what they go through after you put them in the ground. They stayed there for a very, very long time. They were just I had no idea what was going on, even though I was faithfully watering them. And just like the seed, every day, it felt like it did not just rain, but it poured. It literally felt like every day it was chucking it down on me. When I saw the length of time seeds spend in the ground and, like literally nothing is happening on the surface for a very long time, I decided to do some research. I was like, okay, let's try see what actually goes on, like what makes up a seed. I have another one here, another sunflower seed. So I did some research and I found some interesting facts about seeds. Seeds have 3 parts: an embryo, endosperm, and seed coat. The seed coat plays a very important role in a seed because it protects it from drying out when it's not in an environment conducive for growth. For example, this sunflower seed I have in my hands right now can be found in a salad or in trail mix, and both these environments are not conducive for the seed to grow. However, when a seed is finally placed into soil, like the seed I just popped in here, at this point, the seed coat has special chemicals that send a signal to the embryo to begin the germination process. So what a seed essentially needs to grow is the right amount of the right temperature, the right amount of sunlight and water, which is essentially what is found in this moist, dark place I could identify with. So I started to think to myself, that place, that dark, dingy, horrible place is where something good actually happens. It's conducive for something, I thought to myself. I started to wonder. I considered my situation and what I had gone through a total disruption to my plans, I felt. And I started to change the question I was asking. Because at this point I was asking, why me? I started to ask, why for me? I embarked on a journey to find out why everything that had taken place in my life had happened this way. When I did that, I came across a very interesting and captivating talk by a leadership coach from Zimbabwe, Rachel Adams, where she was simply talking about how asking the question, what if, can completely change and transform a person's life. At that point, I had a light bulb moment, and I said to myself, okay, let's think about this. I was like, what if the heart I had, that I thought had broken had actually not broken, but actually expanded? What if the pain I felt for so long stuck on my throat? What if that pain was like what happens to a seed when it's put in soil, when it erupts and begins to grow roots that then go on to sustain it? I wondered, what if the dark and gloomy environment that I identified with was actually a place conducive for my growth? What if? Just what if? Earlier on, I mentioned that what happened to me, I felt was a disruption to my plans. Now, let's consider the word disruption for a moment. The root rupt, found in the word disruption, stems from the Latin break. The root rupt is what you find in words like corrupt, abrupt, interrupt. Usually, it's associated with something negative because it's associated with breakage, which is something that's not positive at all. However, when something actually breaks down, like my car broke down, my phone broke, are the negative things we think. But when something actually breaks down, it presents an opportunity for it to be perceived in a dynamically different manner. It presents an opportunity for us to gain a whole new understanding of what this broken object actually is and can be. Nassim Taleb, a famous mathematician, in his book Anti-Fragile, Things That Gain from Chaos and Disorder, proposed that when we as human beings go through chaos, there's actually the possibility that we come out on the other side much better, anti-fragile, better than we originally were. So what we think comes to interrupt our plans is essentially what we actually need. I'm taken back to the early 2000s when information technology first came on the scene. I remember reading in academic studies that it was actually dubbed as disruptive technology because of what it essentially did to how we lived our lives, what it did to change so drastically and so rapidly how we lived our lives. So when you consider technology in the business sector, those organizations that allowed it to come in and change the way they operated, quickly found their ways right to the top of their respective industries. But those organizations that rejected it, they lost their competitive edge and ceased to exist. So technology is like fire. It has the ability to either warm you up or totally consume you. It's your choice. Likewise, Frederick Laloux, in his book Reinventing Organizations, suggests that when human beings go through things, when they feel like the system is not actually working or something is broken, he invites us to be like nature at this time, to simply sense and respond to what it's sending our way, instead of trying to fight it, to try and control it. When this happens, he says, Frederick that is, that we tap into what he calls evolutionary possibilities, where, like trees that are exposed to storms and different things, we allow ourselves to change. And studies actually show that when trees are exposed to storms, they actually come out much stronger on the other side, anti-fragile. So taking it back to my story, when I started to ask, why me? Why is all this actually working out for my good? When I stopped asking, rather, why me? A lot changed in my life. my perspective was completely transformed. What I originally considered as a setback, I realized was actually a setup. For example, if I had never moved to Canada, I would have never, ever met my business partner, who I've now gone on to set up 2 organizations with. I would have never met her if all this hadn't happened. If I had continued to have a smooth sailing, perfect life like I did, I would have never realized my own strength, as Whitney Houston sang. I would have never known that I was not built to break. I would have never understood this. I would have continued to live my life not realizing my full potential. But when I started to discover, ask questions, I quickly realized that no, it wasn't actually rejection, but it was redirection, repositioning, and preparation as well for a time such as this, where I can connect with many different women in different places on a different level. So I needed that pain. I needed it. And I'm so grateful to God that I allowed it to transform and change me. In conclusion, ladies, I invite you to do 2 things. The first thing, stop wasting time like I did for so many years, asking pitiful questions like, why me? And start to embrace the process. I trust you, ladies, something beautiful comes out. And it doesn't just end there. Something even more gorgeous comes out. So seek to discover why whatever challenges or difficult, complex situations you may have in your life are actually working for you. Secondly, stop worrying and praying and wishing away the very things God sent to transform you. Stop praying them away, because in there, hidden and disguised in your pain, is actually the blessing that you need. Ladies, I invite you to perceive the pain you may feel sometimes as a powerful force that is able to reform, redefine you, and reintroduce you to the world. Ladies, let's seek to unravel the purpose of our pain and dare to ask, what if? Thank you.
Those people they are now. People with the child, those people they are now. They no call me tell, but then they call me now. Now empty belly, now make man they feel somehow. Calling my hazard, say I be one cash out. Say make up put it 10,000, put it 10,000. Everybody come cash out. Thank Jehovah, put up for my hazard, begin to find another. Waka waka no rest you, waiting man go do. Money go there for madam to cook up bono. Waiting man go do. Your pikin self you guys go school. Waiting man go do. When money come he go.
And we have come to the time a lot of people have been waiting for. No, I'm not talking about the book launch. We're still going to be having the book launch and the Q&A with Doyin. I'm looking forward to that. But we've come to the dance and exercise session with Moshokpe Idowu. I am excited. I know you are too. I'm about to kick off my heels and get dancing, 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 dancing with Moshokwe Idowu.
Hello everyone, my name is Moshokwe Idowu from Bethel Fit Mom, and this is
Chinaza Ozua from Dance with Chinaza.
And we're here to bring you a fun, energizing, and calorie-burning workout. Get some space, get some water, put on your dancing shoes, and let's go. Okay, you ready? Let's warm up. March on the spot. Woo! Shake it out. Oh. 5, 6, 7, and squat. Now you can go down with me, or you can stay right here. Whatever feels good. It's okay. We're gonna double it now. And 1, 2, 3. Squeeze those glutes when you come up. 8, 7. Now we're gonna do a nice hop down, hop down, hop down. Next we're gonna lunge to the side like this. Let's go. 1, other side, down, and down. One more time, down. Now join me with the knees. Woo! This is the cool down. I know, right? We're gonna double it now. Ready? And 1. Woo. 3, 4, back to the squats. Let's go. Breathe in and out. Squeeze your glutes. Woo. Double time. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're gonna slow it down like this. Feel that burn down. Come up. 2 more down. Woo. I'm feeling it. Are you? One more time. Go low. Woo. Now we're gonna hop. Let's go. 1. Go down. Woo. Lunge. Let's go. 1. And 2. 3. Woo. Let's take it up.
Somebody needs somebody.
This is the cool down, remember? We're gonna double it now. Let's go. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's hop down. Hop down. Woo. Lunge to the side. Let's go. Woo. Can you feel it? I can. Woo. I love it. Freestyle. Woo. Dance it out. Give us your moves. Woo. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, and awesome. Woo. Awesome. Get a drink. We're gonna get into another song right away. Okay, let's go. We all know this song. It's gonna be a nice, fun one, but trust me, you're gonna feel the burn. Woo. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. Let's go. Shake that wave. 2. 1, 2, 3. Go down to the side. Woo. Woo. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Down. Turn around. Woo. And down. And reach. 2. Wanna speed it up? Let's go. And 1. Reach. Down and up. Woo. Let's take it 2 per side. Let's go. 1. One more time. Bring your knees up. Wanna double double it. Let's go. Let's go. This is the cool down part of this song. Yeah. Take it back. Woo. One, two, three, stand up. 1, 2, 3, squeeze your glutes. 1, 2, 3, squeeze. 1, 2, 3, squeeze. Double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a burnout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Woo! Just stay here. Just stay here. Woo. We're cooling down. Let's cool down. Woo. Ready? 5, 6, 7, go. Shake that waist. Woo. 1, 2, 3, 4, down. Woo. Shake that waist. Let's go. 5, 6. Woo. Let's reach. Reach. Woo. Are you feeling it? Yeah, I am. Let's double it and go. I like it. I like it. We're gonna go down and up. Let's go. Woo. Double it. 5, 6, 7, double. Woo. Bring those knees up. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Woo. Join me here. Hey. I like it. Woo. Are you feeling it? I'm sweating. Are you? Oh yeah. We're cooling down. We're cooling down. This song is ending. Woo. Shake it out. Woo. Wow, that was awesome. Get a drink. We're going into the next song right away. You're gonna need a spot on the floor. If you have a mat, that's fine. If not, it's okay. Get your family with you. We're gonna cool down together and work on our core. Okay guys, we're starting lying down on the floor. Knees bent like this. Take a couple of deep breaths in. And out. In. Out. Okay, now we're gonna lift up our butts like this. We're gonna go slow down. Make sure you squeeze your glutes at the top there. We don't want to. Yeah, we're gonna double it now. Down. Up. Woo. 6. Let's go. We're gonna sit up. Slowly down. Sit up. Calm down. 2 more. Up. Calm down. Last one. Up. Calm down. Awesome. We're gonna turn to our side now. We're gonna do some side planks. You can stay here. You can do this. You can hold this position, or you can join me up here with some dips. Okay? Woo. Let's go for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome. We're gonna switch sides. We're gonna do the same thing on the other side. Remember, you can stay here. That's perfectly fine. You can join me here. That's also fine. Or we can do some dips together. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Awesome. I love it. Okay, now we're gonna get on all fours. We're gonna do some push-ups. Okay, so you have the option of staying here and pushing up. You have the option of doing it from your toes, down and up. Let's go. Down, and up. One more time, go down and up. So here, I want you to go down, let go, push up. Go down, let go, push up. Down, let go, push up. One more time, go down, let go, push up. Awesome. Woo, we're starting to cool down now. On all fours, we're gonna cat and cow. We're gonna breathe in and out. In, out. One more time. Actually, let's do one more. Let's just make it an even 4. Awesome. Stand up with me. Ooh, we're cooling down, okay, guys? We're cooling down. Ooh. Awesome. Here, I want you to reach for your toes. I want you to stay down there, and then I want you to come up. Breathing out as you come up. I want you to go down. Ooh. Come up. Okay, now take a deep breath in and out. Breathe in and out. One more time, in and out. In and out. Woo! You did a good job. Give yourselves a round of applause. It was great to have you here today. I hope you're feeling warm. I hope you're feeling excited. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much, Moshokwe. Please tell me you all recorded yourselves while dancing. You know, for those of you who were dancing to the beat and those of you who were dancing off beat, yes, I know some of you do that. I don't. I dance to the beat. But who cares about the beat when you're dancing? Dance like no one is watching. And I really hope we did that during that session. I really hope we, you know, went all out, and I'm pointing to some places that, yeah, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. But anyway, we're moving on now to our next speaker, Detola Amure, and she's going to be talking about thriving through pain. Detola Amure is a productivity and transformational coach. She's passionate about helping women, especially mothers, discover their purpose so they can birth their dreams confidently. She's famously known to activate women into purpose and significance. She's the founder of Super Working Mom, a global organization that aims to help overwhelmed Christian mothers maximize their time so they can manifest their God-given dreams. Detola is blessed to be multi-dimensional. She's a member of the John Maxwell team. She's an advanced certified grief recovery specialist. She's an international speaker, a freelance writer, the host of the Birth Your Dreams with Detola YouTube show, co-host of When Life Stops podcast, and author of 4 books. 4 books, wow. She facilitates 2 retreats yearly, a prayer retreat and a goal-setting retreat to help women with strategic planning. Detola enjoys reading, writing, traveling, and recording videos. She is married with 4 children under 11, one of whom lives in heaven. Welcome, Detola Amure.
Hello, Unmask Your Beauty conference. I am so excited to be here with you today. My name is Detola Amure, and I am a productivity and transformational coach. I am also an advanced grief recovery specialist. Now, I only have about 20 minutes with you today, so I want to do justice to this topic called thriving through pain. Now, the truth of the matter is that every single one of us is going to go through pain in different degrees, in different ramifications, at different stages of our lives. And truly, if we want to grow through the process, if we want to live a life where we're not allowing pain to hold us back, then we need to know how to thrive through our pain. Pain can come in any form, right? It could be as a result of abuse when you were a child. It could be as a result of a divorce or a separation, or maybe a loss of a family member, a loss of a child, a loss of a parent, a loss of a job. It could be anything. It could be an accident. It could be illness. Whatever it is, it really doesn't matter. I sympathize with you. I empathize with you. But I want us to get to a stage where we can actually grow. right? We've looked at different topics. Some of the speakers have talked about, identity. Some of them have talked about different aspects of our lives. But ultimately, growth is what is expected. If you're on this earth and you're not growing, then there's a problem. It means you're dying. So it's either you're dying or you're growing. So which one do you want to choose? So what is it about pain, right? This is a topic not a lot of people like to talk about. The thing with pain is that pain means something, has hurt us or something is harming us. Or we have lost something. Pain usually comes as a result of a loss, disappointment, stuff that we're not expecting. Society, even the church, has taught us how to possess our possession, how to obtain things, how to get and acquire things. But they have not taught us how to deal with loss, how to deal with pain. When things are going rosy for you, everybody's around you, right? Everybody's rejoicing with you. But when you're going through trauma or you're going through pain or a loss, not a lot of people are there. So it's up to you. It's your responsibility to grow through that pain, to thrive through your pain. So how do you do this? How do you thrive through your pain? First of all, you need to choose a positive perspective. It's hard. Trust me, all the things that I'm sharing with you are hard. But a life worth living is uphill. If you notice, most people are going downhill. But if you want to grow, if you want to be that person that God has called you to be, then you need to go uphill, and it's not easy. So everything I'm going to share with you are things that I have done, are things that I am doing despite my pain. And so maybe I should give you a quick background about my pain story. I mean, I've gone through pain in different levels in my life, and I'm sure you have too. But my greatest pain so far was when I lost my baby boy in December 2018. He had just turned 7 months, a few weeks with his twin sister. He had a cold, and anyway, eventually he didn't wake up from his nap. And ever since that day, I have been on a journey. I was in so much pain. I mean, no parent ever wishes. That is not even on your list, that your child will die. Every parent believes that their child will outlive them. And so that was my belief as well. I mean, I had 4 beautiful children, and then I lost one. And that was the beginning of an introduction to the new me. But I've been on this journey, right? Like I mentioned, I'm a productivity coach. So I knew about mindsets, about all of these things. And I knew that I couldn't continue living this life of pain if I wanted to be productive, if I wanted to live the life that God has called me to do. So the only choice I had was to thrive through it, was to grow through it. It was painful. It still is. I still feel sad sometimes. But ultimately, I need to be able to grow through my pain. And so that's why I said everything I'm going to be sharing with you today is stuff that I'm doing, is stuff that I have done and has helped me thrive through this. I mean, if you think about it, my baby boy died only not up to 2 years ago. But by the grace of God, and I give glory to God, by the grace of God, I'm in a better place now. I am still sad, but guess what? I am actually living a more purposeful driven life compared to where I was before. Before my son died, I thought I was living a life of purpose. But now I have been reintroduced to myself, and that is what pain does for you. It gives you a new perspective to life. So if you're willing, and you have to take responsibility, no one else can do this for you. You need to do it yourself. If you're willing, then let's go. Okay, so like I said, the first thing is, what is your perspective about pain? Choose a positive perspective. See this in a new light. Whatever it is, a divorce, a loss of a job, a loss of a home. What is that thing? Look at it from a new perspective. Of course, when you're in the middle of the pain, it's not easy seeing things from a positive perspective. But guess what? Everything is working out for your good. There's something good that can come out of that painful situation. If you only take a step back and, ask God to show you, what can I bring out of this? How can I turn this pain into gain? What is the positive aspect of this pain? Now, for me, the positive aspect of losing my child was I discovered myself. I rediscovered myself. New friendships came into my life, new relationships. There's so many people that I've met now that if my son hadn't died, I probably wouldn't have met them. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I wanted to meet these people and so my son had to die to meet these people. Do you see what I'm saying? No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is my son is dead. He's not coming back. So ultimately, I need to be able to take the good things, the new things that are coming as a result of this. So like I said, I have new friendships, but I also know me better. I had to come to terms with my pain, and I had to sit down and allow this beautiful butterfly to emerge. God wanted that to happen, but if I didn't cooperate with God, that beautiful butterfly won't be here. I'll still be in the larva stage, fighting my pain, fighting the fact that I've lost my son, fighting the fact that my son is no longer here. But I'm here now, this beautiful butterfly emerging, and that's what I want for you. The second thing is that you can make some changes as a result of your pain. You can learn new things as a result of your pain. What can you learn from your pain? For some people, they probably lost, maybe your husband died or your husband left you. Again, pain reintroduces you to yourself. It shows you those strengths hidden in you that you didn't realize they were there. Suddenly, you now know how to do things that you couldn't do before. What are the lessons that you can take out of your pain? What are those things that you can begin to do because you have gone through this painful situation? I coach women. I coach a lot of women, and many of them, because of their pain, they now know what their purpose is. Sometimes your purpose comes out of that adversity you've gone through. Some of them have gone through abuse, and now they are helping others. They're helping others with the steps on how to recover from abuse. Some have gone through a divorce. They are teaching others how to navigate that journey. So whatever that pain is, trust me, it's not just for you. The Bible says that God comforts us so that we can comfort others who would have similar pain like us. And I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm sure many of you know that scripture if you're a believer. So whatever comfort God has given you when you go through pain, give it to others. Don't take your pain and then go through it and pack it to one side. No, pour into others. Take the lessons and use that to help other people. Okay? Think about your pain file. What are you doing with your pain file? You might have gone through so much. There are so many people that have gone through so much, but guess what? They're doing nothing with it. That is a shame, and that is an injustice to you and to mankind. That pain file that you have, and when I say pain file, I mean the different pain that you've gone through throughout your life. Take one and say, what did I learn from this? And then some of you might need to write a book about your pain. Not just your pain, but then the journey through your pain and how you came out through the other side. Some of you might need to do that. Okay, so we've talked about 2 points now. The next thing you need to do is you need to take responsibility for your pain. Take responsibility. I know that there are some situations where that pain was not your fault. You were abused, you were raped, you were treated unjustly. I understand that. But you know what? Ultimately, you still need to take responsibility for recovering from that pain. One of my ladies is who went through sexual abuse as a child and a young adult, right now helps other people to recover from sexual abuse. She could have said, oh well, I was abused as a child, I'm going to be promiscuous and do all these things, right? But no, she took a stand. She took a stand and said, this happened to me, and this has happened to so many people. How can I help them? I have come through to the other side. I am better. How can I help others get better? And that's part of why I also became a grief recovery specialist. The pain I felt when my son died was so much. And I couldn't imagine anyone on this earth going through such pain. And you know what pain can do to you? If you don't deal with that pain, if you don't heal from your pain, all it does is it stores up energy in your body, negative energy, and then you begin to find that you're feeling sick. You begin to find that you are, you have all these sicknesses that you didn't used to have before. But guess what? When you heal from that pain, and when you help others through their own pain, you're basically getting out the energy, those negative emotions and energy out of your system. So there are so many benefits to taking responsibility for your pain. A lot of people are stuck in their pain and they think that time is going to heal them. Trust me, time does nothing. Time does nothing for you when you've gone through pain, when you've gone through trauma or emotional loss, right? Think about it. If you had a cut, just a very, a cut, and you're bleeding, are you going to look at it and say, oh, time is going to heal this? No, you're going to do something about it. Or even if you are in an accident, the next thing you're doing is finding your way to the A&E, or someone is calling the emergency services on your behalf. They're not going to look at you and say, oh, time is going to heal you, don't worry, you'll be fine. No, you get to work. And that is the same with pain, emotional pain especially. You don't wait and say time is going to heal this pain. You do something about it. And that's why I say you need to take responsibility. Because if you don't take responsibility, you are going to be in pain. And then what you have is unresolved grief. And again, when I say the word grief, it's not just when someone dies that you grieve. You grieve when you've lost a job, when you've lost, when you've moved house, when things have changed from what you expected, when there are unmet expectations or disappointments, you grieve. And there's a whole, we can't really go into that. But back to the point, you need to take responsibility for your pain. You need to take responsibility for healing from that pain so that you can grow, so that you can become the better version of you, so that you can become 2.0 of you. So right now you're looking at Detola 2.0, right? Detola 1.0 used to exist before, or let's say many other versions, but this is the new evolved me. And that is what I want for you. Now, sometimes when you go through pain, you might notice that some of your relationships will change. Some people can't handle the new version of you after you've gone through pain and you're growing through it. So expect it. It's life. It's not because they hate you, or maybe they do, but it really doesn't matter. It's not because they hate you or because they don't think you're cool anymore, or maybe they do, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that your mental health, your emotional health is important. And if some friends decide they no longer want to be friends with you, that is fine. It only means there are better people, or there are new people for that season. Let me not use the word better. There are new people that God is bringing into your life for that season. So how does all of this tie into unmasking your beauty? The truth is, there's so much in us. There's so much of you that you do not know. And guess what? Pain introduces you to that new version of you. And that is part of the beauty that comes out of the pain. That is part of the beauty that comes out of the ashes of the painful situation you went through. When you allow yourself to go through and grow through the process of pain, a beautiful you emerges. The next version of you emerges. The next level of your assignment emerges, and that is how you grow. So you need to look within you. You need to look within you to see what is this new version of me that needs to come out as a result of this pain. What is the new assignment I need to birth as a result of this pain? So like I said, I became a grief recovery specialist after my son died, because I wanted to be able to help other people go through their pain. Not just go through it, but grow through it. Because I noticed, and I didn't notice this before my son passed away, I noticed that most of the women who come to me to help them with their productivity were grieving in so many aspects. And the grief was blocking their productivity. But now that I've gone through this and I recognize it, I'm like, aha, this is what is happening. This is why you're not productive in your assignment. This is why you seem to be stagnant. Because you're grieving the loss of that marriage. You're grieving the loss of that job. You're grieving the loss of whatever it is, that painful situation. And because you didn't deal with it at that point, you got stuck. And because you are stuck, you can't grow. And because you can't grow, you can't fulfill destiny. So can you see how it's all linked, how it's all connected? So many of us, we go after our dreams, and that is fantastic. We go after our dreams, we go after, that next job. But then we find out somewhere that we are stuck, that we are in tension. There's a tension that we can't seem to shift. You're probably grieving a loss, or you have probably not dealt with a painful situation from your childhood, from your past, from your teenage years, from your 20s. And as I'm talking, I want you to begin to think about it. Reflect. What are those things that happened to me in the past where I got stuck? What are those unfinished business you need to deal with emotionally? And find help. Get help. Get help. Grief isn't just about losing someone. It also has to do with unmet expectations. So do the work to heal from that pain. Do the emotional work to heal from that pain. I am available to help you. I do grief. I do group grief recovery work for those who need it. I also do one-to-one. So like I said, most people hear the word grief and they tune out. No, if you feel that you are stuck, if you remember situations where you are sad when you remember it, not just sad, but you are angry, or you feel you can't move forward from that thing, then you need to be talking to me. Okay? I'm sure my details will be shared. But ultimately, I hope that you have gotten something from this. Remember, choose a positive perspective when you've gone through pain. Make good changes. There are some changes you need to make as a result of that pain. And lastly, take responsibility for your pain. I really hope that, these 3 points will help you, and that you do the work you need to do. So to unmask that beauty within you, you need to deal with that pain, and you need to allow the new you to emerge. Don't be afraid to allow the new you to show. Yes, some people might not like it. Some people might feel uncomfortable, but this is you. Okay, again, my name is Adoniaabeauty, a productivity and transformational coach, and I'm also a grief recovery specialist. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Detola, for empowering us with your words. We are inspired and we are empowered. Thank you. We're going on a short break now, and after the break, we're going to be moving to the segment that I am super excited about. It is the book launch, Did you all see the book cover? The makeup that had like the zipper and it's like Unmask Your Beauty. I thought that was so different and very nice, very creative as well. So after this break, we're going to be talking to the founder of Adoniaabeauty, the convener of this conference, Adoniaabeauty, and she's going to be telling us all about the book. See you soon.
Are you considering investing in a business, especially in a business that has a proven model that works? Adoniaabeauty franchise is opening up from November 1, and we want you from all over the world. We want an Adonia franchise in every city of the world. So if you're anywhere in the world, be it Nigeria, the UK, the US, Canada, anywhere in the world, you want to send an email to franchise@adonia.com. I will tell you everything you need to do to have your own Adoniaabeauty, in the city that you're in. Currently, Adonia has 10 different streams of income, and I would love to show you exactly how to build your own Adoniaabeauty franchise in your community, and how to build a community of women around you, to not only provide beauty treatment, but also to create a movement of women that are ready to change the world. Send us an email, franchise@adonia.com, and we'll be happy to discuss more with you. Thank you and have a good day.
I'm Eugenia Ogundari, founder and CEO of Eliora Beauty Inc. Eliora Beauty was and is still inspired by my daughter Eliora. It's named after her. So she was born with a blood disorder called sickle cell, which is basically your blood cells not forming properly, and when you lack oxygen, you have painful episodes. It was quite traumatic for the family. You know, as a parent, you are watching your child go through pain, and there's really nothing you can do, you know, to help. In the process of the stem cell transplant, she went through a round of chemo. And with that round of chemo came hair loss. So she lost her hair. And I think for, you know, Africans, the one thing we mothers kind of struggle with when our kids are that age is getting them to love and appreciate who they are in their skin. You know, where they are wondering, why isn't my hair silky or straight? You know, why is it so tough? Why can't I just have it in a ponytail? Why can't I just get up and go? Why do I have to go through all this routine just to, you know, get my hair in order? So you're going through that phase of trying to get her to love her hair, love her skin, love being black. Black is beautiful. And then in all of that, you lose the hair. We did try, you know, when she got out of the hospital, we did try to hold on to the hair that was left, but the harder we tried, you know, they kept falling off. So eventually we had to cut the hair, and I told her we had to start afresh. So I think what sets Adoniaabeauty products apart from other products in the beauty industry is we formulated them with natural ingredients we could find around the house. You know, things like shea butter, coconut oil, argan oil, and, you know, looking at it from the angle that she was just coming out of the hospital, she had just had a stem cell transplant. It was really important that whatever was going into her, either way, had to be natural. So that is what I would say sets Adoniaabeauty apart, is that the products are natural and they actually work. So what I want people to remember about the brand Adoniaabeauty is Eliora is a fighter. She's strong, she's very determined, and she is set on using her voice to try to remove the stigma that is associated with having sickle cell disease. So she wants other black girls out there who are struggling with hair loss, who are struggling with, you know, trying to grow their hair, that we have something that actually works. I mean, I'm a testimony of that if you have lost your hair, you know, it's not the end of the world. Your hair can actually grow back. So that's what I want people to remember about Adoniaabeauty.
Ìyá mi ṣe pàtàkì nínú business yìí. Orúkọ ìyá mi ni Adérakpọ̀, meaning my mother has been a big part of this business. The name of my mother is Adérakpọ̀. Unfortunately, I lost my mom in 2018, which was very devastating for me and my family. This loss was what prompted House of Rockwell, a fashion and beauty brand. House of Rockwell's vision is to be a company recognized for creativity through the lens of African culture and to infuse our heritage to the world. House of Rockwell incorporates the African culture from the prints used in designing Nigerian outfits to the names. The business, which in itself is a brand, aims to express the African Nigerian heritage in everything through beauty. At House of Rockwell, we sell hair and beauty products ranging from ready-to-wear wigs to mink lashes and our very own branded eyeshadow, and also our African print makeup storage bag. From past experiences and my now experience with very own brand House of Rockwell, I have come to realize that beauty industry is an ever-growing one. People love to feel unique and be creative with whatever beauty products they're using. My brand speaks my African Nigerian heritage. It allows individuals from all walks of life to immerse themselves in a little bit of culture while using my products.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Unmask Your Beauty Conference 2020. And this is the session I have been looking forward to. I really have been looking forward to, the book launch session where we talk to Adoniaabeauty, the author of Unmask Your Beauty. Remember, she's also the convener of this conference. So this is like a double celebration this year. And yes, it's great to be talking to you, Doyin. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling so good, feeling so fulfilled. I'm just so excited, that this dream of, launching the Unmask Your Beauty book, along with the conference is actually happening. I mean, it's something I've had in my head for a while. Somebody saw the book cover and said, wait, when did you think of this book cover? And I'm like, the book cover had been in my head for since 3 years, right? Yeah. It's the content that took a while. But I actually had everything happening right now. It's been in my head and in my mind for about 3 to 4 years now. And this is literally just happening. So it's so surreal. I feel so excited and thankful to God.
Oh, and you took that first question out of my mouth. The book cover, I made mention, I talked about it earlier. This cover is like, okay, someone was thinking and someone who was super creative. Like, how did it happen? Did you see it in a vision? Because reading your book, I know certain things about you now. You hear and you see all of that. But how did this book cover come about?
Well, to be honest, I normally teach like makeup. So we have an academy where we teach makeup. And so we do something called fantasy makeup at the end, towards the end of the class. And I usually give themes to my students to work on. So this particular one, I was like, you guys should work on Unmask Your Beauty as a theme. So they're like, what do you even mean by Unmask Your Beauty? So I had to give them the expo for this one because I needed to explain. After explaining, we went on a research together. So this wasn't even about, me knowing what I was just like, Unmask Your Beauty, let's see your creativity. And then we went on internet, we saw different looks, different fantasy looks, and then we saw the zipper look. And I was like, this is what represents Unmask Your Beauty. Let's do this. So I had students that worked on this project in the past. And then, so I always knew that when I wanted to write the book, that was the look I was going for.
It definitely embodies the book. It definitely embodies the topic as well.
Exactly. And for me, what that really shows to, what that means to me is that it's, you have lots of layers beneath those masks that we wear. You have gold, you're actually made of gold, right? So you are so precious in the hands of God, and you don't want to leave this world without unmasking all those layers. And that is why the zipper look really works for me, where you're zipping down and you're actually seeing layers of gold and ornaments and all of that.
Absolutely love it. Now let's talk about the book. I started to read it and I was just, there were points where, first of all, I've said this, I think this is my third time saying it, and people will not get tired of this, please. I had good goosebumps. I really did have goosebumps at some point, like just the you coming into yourself, especially when you talked about your lipsticks before being scandalous. Like the names of the lipsticks before were like scandalous and dangerous and all of those mainstream names that beauty companies tend to name their own products. But you had a moment, where you realized I'm not mainstream. And that is so powerful. The moment you get to that point where you realize that you're not mainstream, there's no holding back, and there's no stopping you. So, I've asked the question, I've answered the question, but I really want to know, your thought process. When you got to that point where you realize that this beauty company is beyond the surface, like it's deeper. What was that moment like for you?
Okay, so for me, it was more like when I started to build Adoniaa as a makeup brand, there were times I was asking myself, Doi, is this all you're in this world to do? Because I knew what I could do. I knew my abilities. I knew my skills, the skills that I had. The job I had just before I went into Adoniaa full time, I was a project planning manager. And when I got that job, it was a 6-month manifestation period where I was like, I want to become a manager. I'm going to do this exam and I'm going to attend the interview and I'm going to get the job. At that time, I got 3 jobs that were about the same, big companies, like multinational companies. So that gave me like a shift of mindset, like doing, you know what, you can achieve whatever you want to achieve. And whatever you set your mind to, you can actually achieve. And I started to think, you know what, maybe the next thing I will do is go for an executive MBA and become an executive manager in one of these huge companies. And I started to feel very good with myself. And there I am after leaving that job, I'm moving to Canada. I'm like, you know what, I want to start a makeup company. And I started to ask God, why did you give me this interest? I need to know. Why did you give me this interest in makeup? I don't understand. I can't leave all these my qualifications. I mean, I had friends that would go, doing all these exams you've written, can you change the name? Write my name on the certificate. So that I can get better job. Do you understand? That how can you leave all of that and come and do makeup? And I had that question for myself too, that God, what's in this for me? Why am I doing makeup? Like I needed to feel something bigger than me. And that was when I went really quiet after the launch of the product. And I was like, God, I need to hear from you. I need to know what this is all about. I just don't want to be another makeup company, right?
And what it's all about. Yes. And in the book, you talk about that quiet moment and people being like, this is not how normal entrepreneurs behave. Or like when you launch a product, you're supposed to be making noise for the next 2-3 months, like creating buzz, but you launched the product and then you went quiet. And I like how you describe it in the book. It's almost like you were searching for something more meaningful. Absolutely. And you had to take that break.
Absolutely. So I went really quiet and I just wanted to hear from God. I was and I just kept praying every single day until that moment when I heard that word, change the names of your products to who I want women to be. The identity, the original identity I have for women. And right there, like as I was hearing, I was like, oh my God, what's happening here? What's happening here? This is not from me.
You see why I had goosebumps, and I really don't want to spoil. I don't want no spoilers for this book. I mean, I'm really holding back, but I'm just going to drop this last one. In the book, you talk about 72 adjectives coming to you at once. That is who God has created women to be. So bold and fearless and beautiful, and all those words came rushing to you. What was that moment like?
It was like, when they say idea is rushing you, like that, it rushed me. Like I practically left out. I said I was cooking my signature efori roll, which is the spinach sauce. People love it. People actually ask me when they're pregnant, can you make it for me? So that was a moment. I had to turn off the stove. And I sat down, got my journal, and I started writing because it was rushing me. And at the time I got to 72, it stopped. And I was like, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. And I just kept saying, thank you, Jesus. Because it was a liberating moment for me. It was very liberating. I was like, what? Like God has never spoken to me in this way before. Maybe I've never, been that specific to before. But I was like, I just really need to know, why you made me have this interest. Because if it's about this makeup, I don't want to be a makeup artist for life. That's not my calling. That cannot be my calling. I have bigger things I can do. And as soon as God showed me that this is what I want to do for women, this platform that I have given you and I have given you the interest in makeup for, is because I want you to connect with women, which is what is happening. I connect with women every single day. I love women, and now it has gotten to a point where people come and they're like, Joey, it's not this makeup I came to do. You need to inspire me. I need the ginger. I
remember the conversation we had, and let's stay on topic, okay, please. Because this is about to become like a gisting session where we're like, let's keep it to the book. So when did you realize, and what prompted you to write about your experience? Because that's what you've done in Unmask Your Beauty.
Yeah. Okay. So after all of that happened, I because of the clarity I got, it made me become more intentional about how to direct Adoniaabeauty. And I got on that creative lane. Like, I don't know how to put it. I just became another person entirely. I just became very creative. And I would say it's all from God because it's an idea from God. So I wasn't, there's even no template to copy because yes, I was checking online companies before I did all the prayer and all, or companies that do beauty inside and out, and I got nothing. And I'm like, but this is what God is telling me to do. How am I going to do this? And God just sets me on that creative path where, he's constantly telling me, okay, so this is next. So this is what you're doing next. So this is what you're doing next. So what was your question? Yeah. What made me document it? Yeah. So as soon as that happened, and God started to show me how to make all of this work and how to deliver that agenda in the beauty industry, I knew I had to document it. It was just imprinted in me that, Doyin, you need to document this. Now that was the struggle. If it's anything that has to do with maybe speaking, going events and all of that, count me in. That's my natural self. I like to write. But writing, like sitting down and writing, what is that? I'm like, God, I don't know how to document this thing. No, there was even one time I was looking for ghostwriters. But I'm like, no, I have to write this thing myself. That's it. Tell me about it. My voice has to come out of this thing. It's not, I don't want people to come and sugarcoat it and write. It has to come out the way
like you and how you received
it. Like how I received it. So as soon as COVID started, God just told me, this is your time. I know you've been running up and down, doing busy, but this is your time. And I ensured that I made the best use of that time. And what I did was I also empowered the goal by hiring a coach to really help me, articulate my thoughts. And I've never written before. I don't like writing. I don't like blogging. I'm not a writer. I feel I'm not a writer. And then my coach.
Now an author. You are now a published author. Thank you. You need to begin to describe yourself as that. Hi, my name is Doyin, beauty entrepreneur, author, and every other thing, that you want to add to that.
Right. No, I've caught the writing bug now. Right now, I'm a writer.
Okay. Tell me on your second book.
How do you know? I'm like, actually, it's not that difficult.
I hear the first book is the most difficult to write a lot of times. That's the hardest. But after that, you're like, okay, you know what? I can do this. I've done this before. I can do this again. But so while writing this book, what is one thing you learned about yourself, during that process? So it's one thing to actually have the encounters. It's another thing to document the encounters. Were there fresh revs, were there fresh insights into everything that you had already experienced?
So many. So, even Adonia as a whole, people know that it's a movement to empower people, at least people in Calgary, because of all the different events that we
people in the world now. We
are in the world now.
We are online. Yes.
Yeah. So writing the book, I didn't even know how to start, to be honest. And then my coach said, can you give me a chapter summaries? And she gave me 2 weeks to do that. I thought it was just going to be, chapter summaries. Yeah, let me sit down and do it. And it was so difficult. So difficult. I'm like, I don't even know what to name the chapter. And then I just thought, you know what? I'm just going to write my experience. What happened? What happened to me? How did I get to this point? And I just wrote. So I remember the first chapter summary I sent to her. I just wrote a summary of my encounter with the Holy Spirit, and I said those three were the different stages that I put, because I knew the book had to be in stages. So I had put that, and then I submitted it to my coach, Debola Deji. She spoke earlier, and then she was like, I really love your story. It's powerful, but you need to now flesh it out. Like, where are you coming from? Before you even got to that point where you're saying, why am I here and all of that. And then if you truly want to make it transformational for people, you need to help people you need to equip people on what to do next. What do they do next? So that revelation, or how she coached me into writing the book, really now helped me to sit down and really say, okay, so what are really the stages that I went through myself? So that was when I was able to, really sit down and discover that, you know what, I had this encounter. I had all these things going on in my life. And then I had this encounter. And then I started to discover myself. I started this journey of discovering myself. And I talked about how I worked with my first coach, where she kept asking questions on clarity and told me I needed to seek the face of God, and how I got into that. And then after self-discovery, understanding my purpose and all of that. After all of that self-discovery, which is an ongoing process, by the way, because I'm still discovering myself, but at that point, I felt God had revealed a part of me to me, and I needed to work with that. Because if I work with that, then I'll be able to see more. It's just like the parable of the talents in the Bible. He gave one servant to one, and then he gave another 2, and then he gave another 5. So if you don't, the one that didn't do anything with it, that went to bury it, nothing happened. He came back and even took his own and gave it to the one that multiplied, right? So that was exactly what happened at that point. I was like, with the little I know about myself now, I'm gonna start creating. I'm gonna start creating and doing all the things God wants me to do with what he has revealed about me to me. And I saw that. I went into that process of creating. Adoniaa has about 12 different expressions now. And I'm like, one compelling vision, birthed 12 different expressions. It's amazing how God would just say, there was a day I practically woke up and God told me vividly that you need to do a magazine for women. I'm like, I don't even, like, some of these things, I don't want to do them. I'm like, magazine. But he knows that I can connect with women. Do you understand? It's not a problem. If I meet women anywhere, the conversation doesn't take time to go into, so what are you doing?
Tell me about it. I met you and what? I met you and we're here.
Like, what do you really want to do? Like, I connect with women all the time. So God has given me that platform. And, and he keeps telling me different things to do at different stages of life. And I discover that, yes, you're creating, but then you have to also grow. So that growth stage, which is the 4th stage in my book, is where we remain, because we have to keep growing our mind, ourselves, our influence. And then, of course, you go back to all those different stages. And I believe all those other different stages of self-discovery, creating, awakening, and all of that, it's still all part of growth. Because as you're growing, you're discovering more of yourself. You get into more awakenings, and then you discover yourself again. And then
you're preaching right now. You're preaching right now. And I believe you have already answered the question. Because for me, I was going to ask, so what is the purpose of the book? What was the intention, and what has the intention changed? What's the intention of the book right now? What do you want people to receive? What do you want people to become? What do you want people to get out of reading Unmask Your Beauty?
So the intention of the book, of writing the book, is really for people for women especially, to step into their power. Even though some men have read it. My husband was the first person that I gave to read. And he was like, what? Is this what you've been writing? Because then I would just jump out of bed. I'm like, I have to wake up at 5. This is my life system right now. I have to wake up at 5. And at times we'd be stressed, like, why are you standing up now? I'm like, I have to. So it's like, oh my goodness, this is so powerful. It even made me realize why some things have worked for me and why some things haven't worked for me in my life. I don't think this book is only for women, even though a lot of the examples I gave, I was mostly targeting women. But to be honest, anyone can read it and really have a transformational life. Also, all the other people that have also read it, that gave reviews, have said, Joey, this book touched me in a personal way. Like, I'm like, what have I been doing with the gifts?
I've been talking about my goosebumps all day.
Right. So I think the book is doing exactly what God had intended for it to do, really to transform lives, to make everyone realize that God created us for a purpose, and it's mainly to deliver his kingdom agenda. And, that book will just help you, one, get closer to God, because he is the only one that can reveal to you who you are. Then two, start to discover yourself, and then start to create based on the discoveries that you have. This year, I discovered so much more about myself, and I'm like, never knew I would become this woman that I am today. Because the only vision in my head before, when I was growing up, was, get married, go to school, get a job, get married, have children, retire, and die. That was all I thought there was to life, until I started growing, and I'm like, no, this can't be all there is to life. No. God cannot create a package like this and now say you just be
Isn't a package like
no.
All of this. I absolutely love it. You have written a book that will definitely change minds. I sense people just entering into a mind shift and enjoying a mind shift because of the book you've written. And when we were talking about the magazine, that God has said you should write, I was just thinking about something that it came to me in an aha moment where I'm like, oh, and it was something from Genesis that talks about seed bearing fruit. Like every fruit that was created in the garden was a seed bearing fruit. So you have a fruit, you have Adonia, there are seeds inside Adonia. So the magazine right now is just one seed, because what you have and what we've been given are seed bearing fruit. So I'm just waiting for your empire. I'm excited about your journey. I'm excited about, I see you just nodding and
thank you so much, Toyosi.
Excited about your journey. I was telling my husband, I'm like, when people do, like when people have like tangible products, when they have things that you can touch and you can see, this is not a service. This is not, even though yours, there's the service element to it. But when people have like products, you're making lipsticks, you're making foundation, you're making makeup. It's just like, wow, well done. And you are established in your own right. I know you keep saying, oh, they just know me in Calgary. Please don't say that again. I think we'll take this off the conference. We'll not be having conversation here. We'll have our conversation offline. But you are well on your way to just being a global force in the makeup industry, and I'm excited for you. And I want to say thank you for writing this book. Thank you for everything that the book is and the book will be as it gets into the hands of people. So where can people purchase this book? Where?
It's on Amazon. It's on Okada Books in Nigeria. It's on Amazon, Amazon.ca, Amazon.co.uk, Amazon.com, Amazon all over the world. There. And then for people that pre-ordered, you're going to be getting a special thank you note from me, a special note from me. Like, it's going to be special for each person, because I'm actually going to think about the person and I'm actually going to write. So thank you all so much. I appreciate you. And if you have any questions or anything, about the book, your next steps are in the book, you just write to info@adonia.com or go to unmaskyourbeauty.ca. We've made it separate from Adonia now because it's now
it's a beam on its own.
Exactly.
On its own.
Then for me, the book also really helped to create like a framework to actually help women. Because before, when people just come to me, I like to work with women. I like to work, especially if you have like ideas, business ideas and things. I really love it, especially if you now have a strong sense of why behind it. Oh my goodness, I will just carry the baby from you. I'm like, let's do this. Let's take care of this baby together. So I really love that. I get excited about other people's projects because I get the vision. I understand it and I'm happy to support people. So the book just helped me to create like a coaching framework for women that come to me to really help them, to go through these different stages and really birth and create all the possibilities that are in their
Right. I just heard something in my ear, or maybe it was in my mind. I just heard Unmask Your Beauty Masterclass.
Hey! Yes.
Maybe there's something there, maybe you're going to be having special sessions, special masterclasses.
We actually have that coming up. So it's a beauty camp. And it's actually free. So I'm bringing, after this conference in November, I want women that want to read the book together. I'll bring everyone into a group, and we'll go through chapter by chapter, and we'll read it together. And that'll be my very first Unmask Your Beauty community, really. So I'm really looking forward to that after the conference. So if you want to join us, you'll be receiving an email after the conference about, joining the Unmask Your Beauty community. And we're going to read the book together, dissect it. If you have any questions, I'm going to be your personal coach. And, I'll be there for you for 15 days where we'll be reading the book. I'll be talking about everything in the book. Yeah, and that'll be my very first community.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It's been great talking to you. I'm going to leave you now to the Q&As because I know people have been sending in questions, the audience, all of that. So I'm going to leave you to answer those questions. It was nice to meet you again, and we will speak soon.
Thank you so much, Toyosi. You're amazing. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. All right, so it's book reading time, and I'm going to read the introductory part of the book. I know that a lot of people, when they buy books, they probably skip the introductory part. I read everything, and I feel when you get this book, you should read everything, because the introductory part is basically me opening my my life, to you, so that you can understand why I have written the Unmask Your Beauty book. So I'm just going to kick this off now. Growing up, I had an idea of what my life should look like based on my upbringing and what society promoted. Go to school, get a job, get married, have kids, build my career, retire, and eventually die. There was no room in my head to think about any other way of doing life. It was a vision I carried with so much conviction from childhood, and nothing was going to stop me from passing through each of these stages as I had clearly defined them. These stages were so clear in my head, I practically lived my life that way until I got to the career building stage of my beautifully planned life and realized that there was way more to life than these clearly defined stages of life that I had allowed society to clarify for me. I remembered vividly the feeling I had on my 26th birthday. I felt I was living the life with all I had achieved. I had an engineering degree, an amazing husband, a beautiful baby boy, a great job working as an IT consultant at a multinational company. Life was good. I asked myself, how much better can life get? I felt I had worked 26 long years to achieve all of this. I celebrated myself with a pink dress from Debenhams, a UK departmental store, went to dinner with my family, and ultimately felt a sense of fulfillment. I still remember the feeling of excitement, like I am really getting this life thing and living up to the standard. Not long after, I started feeling disengaged with myself, and I just felt like this was not my best. It was as if everything inside of me was shouting, use me, use me, use me. I felt I had so much more to offer the world, so much more in me that I had not expressed. There had to be more, I said. There had to be more to life than all the things I had achieved. But I was unsure how to get to the more. And then I started to ask myself these 3 questions. Who am I? I wanted to be clear on who I was, as I found myself just doing things based on a set standard. I was hitting my goals, friends and family were proud of me, and I even helped people land their first jobs. But something just did not feel right. It was as if there was a disengagement between my successes and who I truly am at my core. 2, why am I here on earth? I also started to think, how am I sure this is what I should be doing? I realized that I was not completely happy with my job. It did not give me any fulfillment apart from the money I was earning. I started to question what my purpose was in life and if my line of career was where I belong. The third question, where am I going with all these achievements? I also started to question myself about where I was going with all the accomplishments. At that time, I had an engineering degree, so many IT and project management certifications because I was capable of passing exams. I started to get tired of this goal-oriented living and began asking myself what dreams I had for my future. Does all these achievements matter in the significant context of things? These questions were so deep. I could not figure out the answers. Subsequently, I continued with my life. Everybody seemed to think I was doing well, oblivious to the way I was feeling. The disengagement continued, and I often found myself asking the same questions repeatedly. I found these questions difficult because my parents could not answer them for me. Neither could my husband or any doctor or any professor or any pastor. These questions were so frightening that I just decided to blank out that area of my brain whenever they arose because I could not answer them. Nevertheless, as I could not answer these questions, I decided the job I was doing was too simple. Maybe changing roles would make me feel more fulfilled in life, and I would eventually experience the more that I had been craving. All right, so I'm not going to give too much of this up. This is just a teaser for you so that you can go grab your copy of the book. And why did I write this part of the book, this introductory part especially? I really wrote this part because I needed to bring you into my life. I needed to bring the reader into my life to really see where I was coming from, and why I decided to write a manual, a literal blueprint for women, and like a literal guide for women to unmask their beauty. So the introductory part is me just bringing you into my world and telling you exactly, what awakened me, what were those, experiences in my life that really, started to awaken me to start to create a better life and a better version of myself. All right, so make sure you get a copy of the book, and if you have pre-ordered, we're going to be shipping out from tomorrow, and hopefully you get your copy in the next 1 to 2 weeks. And that's mostly it for the book reading. Thank you. All right, so I have a few questions from the audience, and I'll try my best possible to answer quite a number of the questions. So we have here, what compelled you to write a book like this? What do you hope the book can do for women? Really, what compelled me to write the book, which I've said earlier with Toyosi, is that I had this encounter that I felt it needed to be documented to really help other women on their own visionary journey, on their own journey to becoming, really. So it wasn't something I planned. A year before that time, it wasn't part of the plan for Adonia, but this came up and I decided, you know what? The world needs to hear this. The world needs to see this so that people can, other people that can relate to my own journey, and they can connect to my own story and start to create, the lives that they want for themselves as well. So what do you hope the book can do for women? For me, I feel the book is gonna liberate women from, the false beliefs that they have about themselves. The book is gonna open up, a newer mindset. It's gonna renew minds of women that read this book. The book is also going to, because it's literally a manual, it's also going to, if you do all the exercises in the book, it's also going to reveal a newer you to you. So if you think you know a bit of yourself, get ready for even, more rediscoveries about yourself. All right, so another question is, who did you have in mind when writing the book? Is it a self-help book that has worked for you? Is it a life hack manual? What exactly is it? Okay, so basically I had women in mind, and the women I had in mind were women that were experiencing an awakening in their lives. Women that are at the point where they're like, who am I in all of this? What am I doing here? Why am I on earth? If you have those questions, this book is perfect for you. And even if you don't have those questions yet, if you're just in the process of, just questioning yourself that, this job I'm doing, is it okay? Or what I'm doing with myself, my marriage, is this what I want for my marriage? Is this what I want for my kids? Is it, it will just help you to question yourself and be reflective about your life. So it's perfect for women at different stages of life. Anybody from 12 years old and upward can grab this book and read it, and it's truly going to transform their lives. All right, so another question I have here is, I know you're an engineer by profession and you have a very promising career. How did you convince your family, husband, parents that this is the best route for you, owning a beauty business? That's a very fantastic question. It gets to a point in life when you carry a very deep conviction about what you're supposed to be doing. And that was really what happened to me. And I feel that I was able to make that transition from, being an engineer into being an entrepreneur because I had satisfied all of my conscience, in that field. I did everything I wanted to do. I wrote all the exams I wanted to write. I applied for all the jobs I wanted to apply for. And I got to a point where I was like, you know what? This is it. I think I want to try something else. Let me try entrepreneurship. If it doesn't work, maybe I'll go back to it, but let's see if it works out. And then I got into entrepreneurship and I discovered more about myself, and I saw that, I was living a fuller and more expressive life, and I decided, you know what, this is where to be. That's for me. It might not be your own story, but this is my own story. And because of the deep conviction that I have within me, that God has sent me, to women, to liberate them from false identities and to show them who they truly are in God. Because of that deep conviction that I carry, I'm able to convince every member of my family, even though it wasn't easy. My parents at first were like, oh, so are you going to keep doing your job and then build your business? What exactly are you doing? And I told them, no, I really want to focus on it. I want to give it my full-time attention because that is the only way I can make it grow. And I'm thankful that everybody is on board with me right now. Okay, I hope I answered your question. All right, another question here. You have had so much success with setting up Adoniaa. From the perspective of a Black woman in Canada, setting up a premier Black beauty studio, what would be your advice for other women of color looking to do similar things? Okay, so what I would say is, don't go ahead and do anything because people are doing it. Make sure that you're fully convinced within you that this is what you should be doing. And I'm telling you that you will get really creative. So for me, when I define success, as different things depending on the season of life that I'm in. Initially when I started Adoniaa, the definition of success for me was for us to build a community of women that are constantly, evolving and growing to become better version of themselves. And as soon as I started seeing that happen, even just from the launch of Adoniaa product, I felt, yes, I'm successful. And then, I started looking at other measures of success, in my business. So when we opened the first Adoniaabeauty studio, that was a time when I felt really successful as well. And why did I do it? I also opened that studio, not because I couldn't sell online, but because I really wanted to connect with women. I really wanted to build a community. And my plan had always been to franchise the company. So I wanted to build a community in the city that I was. And, when I successfully build that community, then we can move to other cities. So for me, all of the successes that I've had with Adoniaa, I would say are mostly based on, having a strong conviction that this is what I should be doing and having a strong why behind everything that I'm doing. So I would say, if you're an entrepreneur out there and you want to step out, make sure you have a very strong conviction, strong why. What's the reason that you're doing it beyond money? What is the bigger reason? A reason that is bigger than you. A reason that, that would inspire other people, a reason that will impact the community and impact the community and impact other people, not just you and your family. When you stop thinking about, oh, I just need to make money for me and my family to go on vacation to be all right. When you start thinking of, the different sectors of the community, when you start thinking of people, when you start thinking of the world and how you can make a difference, that is when, you truly have a strong why, behind whatever you're doing, and it's going to help you to get creative. So it's not even about money, I know I've heard some people say, oh, you must have a lot of money to have, done this business. No, I did not have a lot of money. In fact, we did not have a lot of money, so it was just, having a very strong conviction within me that this is what I should be doing. And I ensured that I did not let lack of resources, lack of money, let me just say, lack of money stop me. I saw wealth in all the things. I saw wealth in people. I saw wealth in the gifts of men, in how, people can help me, to really bring things together. I saw wealth in collaboration and all of that. So I would say to someone that wants to, kick off their own business, especially as a Black person in the community, have a strong why behind what you're doing. And 2, collaborate. Look for ways to collaborate. Do not compete. Just focus on collaborating with other people that that are sold to your vision, understand your vision, or people that you think can come together and make your vision come alive. Okay. All right, so another question is here. Why did you write a book? Why not podcasting or YouTube channel or any of those things? Okay, so I do believe that it is not just one way that you can reach people. Some people are into books. That's what they do. They love to read. Some people are media people. They would go on YouTube, and watch things. Some people are into podcasts and all of that. So I, for one, want to be able to grow my influence and reach as many people as possible. So I'm writing. I've started on this writing journey. I have a YouTube channel. I'm going to start a podcast soon. So any way I can reach as many women in the world, to really help renew their mindset and start to, get on that journey of becoming better version of themselves, I will do it. So I think a book is just one of those ways I really want to influence the world and reach out to people. All right, so another question here is that when you decided to write, what did you do first? Did you look for a publisher, or did anything influence you, To be honest, when I decided to write, I knew the experiences I wanted to document was around Adonia and me, my own personal story, the story of Adonia women and Adonia as a business. I knew that was what I wanted to document. And I tried, several times in the past to write, but I'm like, how do people even write books? Like, I just didn't get to do it until I decided to hire a coach, to help me to just bring this vision to life. And what the coach really helped me to do was really to flesh out my thoughts. She tells me, write your book summary. I come back and she's like, why don't you flesh out this thoughts? Where are you coming from? She just, really guided me, and that was really, really powerful. So to be honest, I didn't even think of publishing. I just said, I know that my own part is to write my story. My own part is to write the content. And then every other thing I know can be outsourced. So as soon as I finished, I got a publisher, and they published the book, got editors and all of that. So for me, I think the biggest part was writing the content and making sure the content was true to me, was as authentic as possible. And as soon as I got that out, then I started to think of, okay, how do we get this book out? And I outsourced the rest of it. Okay, so somebody said, so you wrote a book and you have a thriving business. How did you manage it all? How did you balance it all? Well, that word balance is, I'm not sure I really like to use that word, but how did I manage it all? How did I maximize my time, such that I was able to do this, I have a business, and I have a family. My family even comes first before before all of these things. But you know what? I've just discovered that if you have a vision, you need to develop a life system. You know, at the different seasons of your life, you need to develop a life system that will help you grow with that vision. And that's basically my advice for you. And that was what I did. So it doesn't mean your life system needs to be set in stone. For instance, when I was going to write the book, I gave myself, it was a 6-month writing period I gave myself. So I started, I at the start of COVID, I said, okay, I think I'm going to take on this book project. And it wasn't part of my life before. So I knew it was an addition. And my life was already full. I have kids. I was, homeschooling at home, 2 boys, very energetic. That was homeschooling at home. I have a home to take care of. My husband was a frontline. He's a frontline worker, and I had to take care of him as well. So I had all of these things going on. My business was still going on online, like full time. I had all these marketing things to do. I had to figure out, because before in the past, I had mostly focused on the store. And now I was like, okay, now that we have the online platform, we don't have the store. We had to close the store. I had to look for other ways to reach out to my audience and all of that. So there was so much, but I knew that I wanted to write this book as well. Everything I was doing was all part of my vision. So I needed to recreate my life system. So before, instead of waking up at 6:30 or 6 o'clock, I decided, I'll start waking up at 5 a.m. just so that I can have 2 hours, the first 2 hours to myself to really write this book. And once the kids are settled, doing their work, I can set another 2 hours. There's a 2-hour period of my day, especially when I was writing my book, where I will put my phone off. Like, nobody's gonna call me. Nobody, if it's urgent, anybody that needs to call me, if it's really, really urgent, will most likely have my land phone. And if my land phone rings, then I know it's urgent. But my personal phone, where you get WhatsApp notification, Instagram notification, I just put it off for those 2 hours and focus and really write. And really, that was really what helped me. So I would say, structure your life in a way that it works for the season of life that you are, and in a way that it also helps you to manifest, all the goals leading towards your vision. So for me, writing the book was beyond just a goal sitting on its own. It's part of the bigger vision that I have for Adoniaabeauty. So I knew I needed to do it, and I knew that was the time to do it. So I just restructured my life, and I created a life system that worked for me at that time of writing the book. Okay, I hope I answered your question. Another question here is, now the book is finished, is there anything you could have done differently? I would say no, to be honest. I am someone that I always enjoy the process of anything, no matter what happens, along the line, or, I don't have, even looking back, I look at my life, there are some mistakes I've made, but to me, they're not regrets. I just see them as feedback, like, okay, there's a better way to do things, but I document them as part of my own personal journey. It's really unique to me. So I don't think there's anything I would have done differently, with this book. I love, the way everything came together at the end of the day. All right, so another question I have is, okay, this is from someone that actually read the book. She says, God seems to be a common thread throughout the book, and listening and hearing from him. Has it always been the case that you could hear clearly where he is leading you, or what did you do to get to a place where you knew for sure it was God? I really, really love this question, because to be honest, before then, I never heard from God. Like, I didn't know how to hear from God. And I remember when we had our first child, and my husband told me, God told me his name is Adiola. And I'm like, damn it. I wanted to name this boy Oluwatamilore. How can you say God told you? But now that God has said it, since I don't hear from God, okay, you win, and that's been the case where, and I asked my husband, how do you hear from God? And it's like, you just pray. You pray and you're attentive and you hear from God. Different people hear in different ways. But this was the very first time I was very intentional about hearing from God. And you're going to read more from the book. So this is from someone that read the book. And she's asking, how did you hear from God? Has it always been a thing? And I've answered, it's not always been a thing. But at this time, it was really critical for me to hear from God, because I knew that what I was doing was beyond just building a makeup company. I knew I needed to take women on a journey of unmasking. I already had that, but I didn't know how to go about it. And this was me, hiring a coach at that time and saying, how do I go about things? And she couldn't give me answers. She was just like, you know what? You need to connect to God, your creator. And I just started praying. That was the very first time I started having focused prayers. I was like, God, how do you want me to implement this? I know that this vision that you've given me is not mine. How do you want me to implement this? And I was fasting throughout that period. It was a 3-month period where I was fasting from social media, from noise generally, not necessarily food fasting, but I was fasting from a lot of other distractions. And it just dropped in my mind, what exactly to do to take Adonia forward. How I knew it was God was because I knew it wasn't me. I knew it wasn't coming from me. I do not think like that. That wasn't me. That wasn't any influence that I had around me. It wasn't anything I had seen before. So I knew it was God. And because I was focused on praying about that particular thing at that time, right? And that was how I knew it was God. And since then, I've learned to hear from God. That was really my first time of hearing vividly, and I knew it was God. And since then, I've really learned to hear from God. So you also said, did you have any writer's block while writing this book? And if so, how did you get over it? Yes, I did have writer's block. I remember when my coach, Debola Dejikurumi, said, write the chapter summary. I did that. And then I wrote chapter 1. And then by the time I got to chapter 2, I was like, how did I get to this process of unmasking? What are those masks? And I remember chapter 2 took me so long. Chapter 2 and chapter 3, that first stage of awakening, it took me so long. And there was a time I just left it for 2 to 3 weeks. I wasn't doing anything. And I just got back to it and things started flowing. So definitely there were writer's block. And I remember also after writing, so stage 3 was the one I really wanted to jump into, the stage of creation, because I really love that stage. You have this idea bubbling inside of you and you really want to bring it to fruition. I had so much to write on it. And by the time I got to that last stage of growth, I was like, okay, how do you grow? How do you grow? And I remember I also paused a bit during that period because I was like, what do I write? What do I write? And I remember I was going to Lake Louise with my family when it dropped on me that you want to grow when it dropped into me that you want to grow your influence, you want to grow your mind, and you want to grow yourself. And I remembered that it was during that holiday in Lake Louise. I would wake up in the morning before my family wakes up to go to the lake, and I would write, around what I wanted to write about on the growth stage. So it is a process, and don't rush it. Just if you have the writer's block, just take time off. It can be a week, and then come back to it, and just let it be in your subconscious that you're thinking of what to write, and then it will just start flowing gradually. There were also a lot of times I went to the cafe, to just write so that there won't be any disturbance at all. Okay, so I think I'll take one or two more questions, and then I'll tell you what the next step would be. So somebody has also asked here that, was God an ever-present influence, or was it something you always submitted to? So God, I've always been a Christian, and God has always been an ever-present influence. But I noticed that in that journey of discovering myself, it's like two stories intertwined for me, this Unmask Your Beauty book. I'm writing about Adoniaabeauty, but I'm also writing about myself, how I discovered myself. So really, I started discovering my true self, a lot about myself when I launched Adoniaabeauty, if you get what I mean. So it's like two stories intertwined in one, right? And that was when I really started hearing from God, really started understanding, understanding, having a close relationship with who my Creator is, and how having that deep understanding of the fact that He created me. He knows He has the blueprint of my life, and I just need to connect to Him to start unraveling and unmasking all of that blueprint for my life. Yeah, so He's always been an ever-present influence in my life. So someone is asking, do you still journal? Oh, yes. Like, I have several journals. I have one by my bedside. I have one that I always carry to work every day, because my phone is also a journal for me. So once I get anything, any idea, I journal. And then also for my personal retreats, I have a journal. On Mondays, I don't go to work. I sit down at home, pray, listen to podcasts, just grow myself. And I journal a lot. A lot of times on Mondays is when, I get lots of ideas and I just write and write and write. Yeah, so journaling is a lifestyle for me now. And I think I'm going to take one very last question. What's next? From the book, you provided a number of exercises your readers are expected to do. Will you be launching courses around the book to help people through them? This is a very fantastic question, and I was just going to mention this, that I know there are several other questions, but you know what? I will be, as a sequel, from this conference, I don't know if sequel is the right word, but as a continuation, from this conference. I know a lot of people will say have questions. A lot of people read the book and will have questions to ask me. I'm actually launching a free now for all of you here. If you are interested, it's actually a free 15-day Unmask Your Beauty book camp. So it's a camp for women only, and it is around the book. I want us to read the book together and do all those exercises. And I'll be there with you, 1 hour a day, every single day. And you can ask all your questions. I'll tell you, what I was thinking when I was writing, and how you can flesh out your own, personal discoveries, things you want to create, how you can be on the journey of growth, and how you can awaken to newer versions of you. So I'll be sending an email to all of you, and if you're interested in joining this book camp, it will be perfect timing just before the new year, so that you can actually have a plan for your new year, and you can birth newer versions of you in the coming year, 2021. So the book camp will be starting November 15 and ending November 30. So it's for 15 days, and we'll take it chapter by chapter. And I hope to see you there. So if I've not answered your questions, please come on board. And if I've answered your questions and you just want to work one-on-one with me, that will be a perfect time, because this will be the only time I'll be doing this boot camp for free. But because, you guys have taken time to attend this conference, I think I should give you more of me, and it will be live on Zoom. So so details about that will be coming up shortly, and I think we should go to the next part of the conference right now. Thank you all, and I hope I was able to do justice to all the questions that you asked.
And that's it from me. It's been amazing hosting this conference this year. You have been amazing. I hope you have learned a few things. You've experienced the mind shift I talked about. You've grown. In these few hours, you've actually grown. My name is Toyosi Etim Efyong. I'm signing out now, handing over to Doyin to give her vote of thanks. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Bye.
Wow. What a conference. Exactly what I envisioned it to be. I am so thankful for every one of you, watching from all over the world. I'm so thankful, for all my speakers, everyone I've spoken today. Like, my journal is so full. I've just been writing. I'm like, oh my God, really? Oh, and I've even started discovering some more things about myself just from listening to other women's stories. So right now, I just want to say thank you to God for making this event a success. And, without him, we wouldn't even be here today. So I'm so thankful to God for making this event a success. I'm thankful for Simba Creative and their team for really helping us, to stream this conference live today. I'm so thankful to them. I'm also so thankful for all the speakers, you know, Eno Eka, Debola Dejikurumi, Detola Mure, Moshokpe Idowu, Titilope Shonuga, Toyosi Etim Efyong, Morenike Adeshino, Ruvimbo Gombo, Dami Ajibade, Di Adekugbe, Chinaza, all of you that have spoken here today and that have performed one thing or the other. I'm so proud of you, and I say thank you so much, you know, for joining me, for coming with me on this Unmask Your Beauty journey. Your stories were truly powerful, and it really connected to a lot of the women here. Also, I'm thankful to AWM Publishing, you know, Pastor D and her team, D Adekugbe and her team. They are amazing. They actually held my hands throughout the publishing process. I knew nothing about publishing a book. I just wrote a book and sent it to them. Lots of grammatical errors and all of that. And they helped fix it. You know, they helped, you know, with the editing process as well. And they just helped, you know, to design the book, the layout and everything. I'm so thankful for you. Also, I'm thankful for Feye Ogundeji of Keep Creative, you know, for doing an amazing book cover for me. Thank you so much. Also, I'm thankful to Motive Photography, you know, for the power photo shoot, you know, for the book cover. It's truly amazing doing business with you. Thank you so much to all our sponsors, Adoniaabeauty, Hey Ademabo, Impact Law Office, Ladies in the Family Foundation, and all the other people that have sponsored this program. We thank you so much, and we truly appreciate you. Also, I'm very thankful to Sheun Ibiyemi, you know, for helping me to edit the book. You know, she was just so meticulous about it. Like, we cannot have mistakes in this book. You know, thank you so much, Sheun Ibiyemi. I appreciate you. I also appreciate all the Immerse Inner Circle members, all the Immerse Inner Circle members. I appreciate everyone from Super Working Mom. You know, these are communities that I belong to, and I appreciate, you know, the leaders of this group, Debola Dejikurumi, Detola Mure, you know, for being catalyst, for being people that have catalyzed my vision to the next level. I'm so thankful to you. Also, I'm so thankful for my two nations, Adeolu and Olurotimi. Thank you for making it possible for me to write this book. You know, there were times I would say, do not talk to me for 2 hours. Do not talk to me for the next 3 hours. You know, and they go do their thing. They ensure that, you know, they do their work properly. And after 3 hours, you know, I will go to them and, you know, meet them, because at that time we were doing homeschooling. So I'm so thankful for you boys for understanding that that was a season of my life that I needed to be quiet, you know, at least for a few hours in the day. And you respected that. And you did not, you know, you were not too naughty. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm also very, very thankful for my parents, you know, for bringing me up in the way of the Lord, and for always supporting me, for always calling, for always praying for me. Even when I can't, you know, I can't see you praying for me, I feel the prayers that you're praying for me. I'm also very thankful, you know, to my sisters and brother, you know, from all over the world. You know, they have been very supportive. In fact, one of my sisters is still like, I need to see that book. You wrote a book. You know? So they're hilarious like that. So thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you, and I love every one of you so much. I'm also very thankful to the technical team. You know, I'm thankful to you, Tommy, who happens to be my sister. I'm thankful to you, Tolu Kelly Amadi. Thank you so much for always making things happen when it needs to happen technically. Thank you so much for that. Also, I'm thankful for the over 70 people on my campaign team that ensured that all of the friends in their network showed up for this conference. This conference wouldn't be possible, you know, without you. So thank you all so much. I am truly grateful. And finally, I'm so thankful for my amazing husband, Olufemi Abidemi Omotara, for helping me through this journey and for owning my dream, for making my dream his own. He was the first person to read the Unmask Your Beauty book when I dropped my pens. And I was like, let me even read what you've been writing since these days. And he just got so excited. You know, the excitement in him made me believe that, you know, this book was going to be a bestseller, because it was like, you know what, this book is going to change and transform people's lives, not only women, even men. Because as I was reading it, I saw that I understood why things have worked why some things have worked in my life and why some things haven't worked in my life. I think it's epic, you know, in his words. And I'm just so thankful to you, Olufemi Omotara, for believing in me and for going with me on this journey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. And and that will be the end for today's conference. So thank you all, and I hope to see you at the Unmask Your Beauty book camp. It's gonna be truly amazing, because always remember that I am rooting for your success. I really want 2021 to be that year that everything in your life changes for the better. I am rooting for your success. Have an amazing day, and bye. Are you considering investing in a business, especially in a business that has a proven model that works? Adoniaabeauty franchise is opening up from November 1, and we want you from all over the world. We want an Adoniaa franchise in every city of the world. So if you're anywhere in the world, be it Nigeria, the UK, the US, Canada, anywhere in the world, you want to send an email to franchise@adoniaa.com. I will tell you everything you need to do to have your own Adoniaabeauty, you know, in the city that you're in. Currently, Adoniaa has 10 different streams of income, and I would love to show you exactly how to build your own Adoniaabeauty franchise in your community and how to build a community of women around you, you know, to not only provide beauty treatment, but also to create a movement of women that are ready to change the world. Send us an email, franchise@adoniaa.com, and we'll be happy to discuss more with you. Thank you and have a good day.
I'm Eugenia Ogundari, founder and CEO of Eliora Beauty Inc. Eliora Beauty was and is still inspired by my daughter Eliora. It's named after her. So she was born with a blood disorder called sickle cell, which is basically your blood cells not forming properly, and when you lack oxygen, you have painful episodes. It was quite traumatic for the family. You know, as a parent, you are watching your child go through pain, and there's really nothing you can do, you know, to help. In the process of the stem cell transplant, she went through a round of chemo. And with that round of chemo came hair loss. So she lost her hair. And I think for, you know, Africans, the one thing we mothers kind of struggle with when our kids are that age is getting them to love and appreciate who they are in their skin. You know, where they are wondering, why isn't my hair silky or straight? You know, why is it so tough? Why can't I just have it in a ponytail? Why can't I just get up and go? Why do I have to go through all this routine just to, you know, get my hair in order? So you're going through that phase of trying to get her to love her hair, love her skin, love being black. Black is beautiful. And then in all of that, you lose the hair. We did try, you know, when she got out of the hospital, we did try to hold on to the hair that was left, but the harder we tried, you know, they kept falling off. So eventually we had to cut the hair, and I told her we had to start afresh. So I think what sets Eliora Beauty products apart from other products in the beauty industry is we formulated them with natural ingredients we could find around the house. You know, things like shea butter, coconut oil, argan oil, and, you know, looking at it from the angle that she was just coming out of the hospital, she had just had a stem cell transplant. It was really important that whatever was going into her either way had to be natural. So that is what I would say sets Eliora Beauty apart, is that the products are natural and they actually work. So what I want people to remember about the brand Eliora Beauty is Eliora. Eliora is a fighter. She's strong, she's very determined, and she is set on using her voice to try to remove the stigma that is associated with having sickle cell disease. So she wants other black girls out there who are struggling with hair loss, who are struggling with trying to grow their hair, that we have something that actually works. I mean, I'm a testimony of that if you have lost your hair, it's not the end of the world. Your hair can actually grow back. So that's what I want people to remember about Eliora Beauty.
Ìyá mi ṣe pàtàkì nínú business yìí. Orúkọ ìyá mi ni Adérakpọ̀, meaning my mother has been a big part of this business. The name of my mother is Adérakpọ̀. Unfortunately, I lost my mom in 2018, which was very devastating for me and my family. This loss was what prompted House of Rockwell, a fashion and beauty brand. House of Rockwell's vision is to be a company recognized for creativity through the lens of African culture and to infuse our heritage to the world. House of Rockwell incorporates the African culture from the prints used in designing Nigerian outfits to the names. The business, which in itself is a brand, aims to express the African Nigerian heritage in everything through beauty. At House of Rockwell, we sell hair and beauty products ranging from ready-to-wear wigs to mink lashes and our very own branded eyeshadow, and also our African print makeup storage bag. From past experiences and my now experience with very own brand House of Rockwell, I have come to realize that beauty industry is an ever-growing one. People love to feel unique and be creative with whatever beauty products they're using. My brand speaks my African Nigerian heritage. It allows individuals from all walks of life to immerse themselves in a little bit of culture while using my product.